Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Let's do a quick check for the voice and the screen. Everyone, can you hear me? Is everything clear? Could you please confirm in the chat box? Okay, that's great. Hello, Marcilla. Hello, Shayma. Hello, Yunus. Hello, everyone, wherever you are and whenever you are. This is Mohammed Nabil from EduCast International Conferences, and today, we're officially welcoming you to the fourth edition of the EduCast International Conferences. So, again, this is me, Mohammed Nabil, the founder and the host of EduCast International Conferences. And today I'm joined by Blanca. Blanca, hello, how are you doing?
Hello, hello. I'm doing absolutely fine. I'm full of energy. Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good evening, or maybe good afternoon. I'm so happy that we are gathering together, and I hope that there will be more and more of us today.
Yeah, exactly. So, everyone, I know that today we're gathering for the same purpose, right? Today we're gathering for professional development, for connecting together. So, if you're ready, let's kick the conference off. And it's really incredible to finally be here with all of you for the EduCast International Conference 2026. Again, I'm the host and the founder of EduCast, and I cannot tell you how energetic this room feels today, right,
Yes,
Blanca? So,
yes,
Blanca,
it
could you please
really does.
introduce yourself to the people?
Exactly. It really does feel energetic. So one more time, hello everybody. I'm Blanca Paulak. I'm academic consultant and event coordinator at EduCats International Conferences. And well, what can I say at the very beginning to all of you? I have to admit that we've been planning this for months. That's a fact. And we were watching the registration list grow on, seeing names from countries all over the map, which is fantastic. So to finally see all of you is absolutely magnificent thing.
It's exactly why we started this. When I first thought about EduCast, the vision was never just about organizing an event. I wanted to create a home for educators. I felt like we needed a space where the titles and the politics could fall away and we could just focus on the human side of what we do.
Yes, the human side. That's true. That is the core of our mission, isn't it? Because now it's a mission. We talk a lot about networking in this industry, but I think what we really mean is connection. So our mission is to break down the walls of the traditional school. And we really want to support you, the people on the ground, so you can go back to your institutions, to your schools, feeling less isolated and more equipped.
Exactly. And that brings us to what we are doing this year. The world has changed fast, and education has to move with it. That is why our theme for 2026 is Global Classrooms Rethinking What We Teach.
Oh, yes, indeed it is. And it is a big topic. We are not just talking about Zoom calls across borders. We are talking about fundamental shift in how we view the curriculum. And we are going to be asking some hard and controversial questions this week. This is what I can promise you. For instance, how do we prepare students for a future we cannot even see yet? And how do we do that while taking care of our own well being? Because each one matters here.
Well, that well-being piece is huge. Yeah, right. I know many of you are tired. The demands on leaders and teachers right now are intense. So, this week is not just about listening to lectures. We have designed sessions specifically on teacher empowerment and sustainable leadership. We want you to leave here with your cup full.
Yes, with your cup full, literally, and as a beautiful metaphor, absolutely. We are also going to get technical. We have some fantastic panels lined up on artificial intelligence. So, this is hot topic still. We are not going to put a blind eye on it. We know it's still the elephant in the room for many of you. So, we want to stop fearing it and start discussing how. really how it can actually help us personalize learning and save our time. Hmm?
I'm really looking forward to those AI sessions. You know, it's a trend, right? We
Mhm.
also have some incredible speakers who are going to challenge the way we think about assessment and student success.
Yes. Yeah, and the challenge is one of the key words this year. So here is what you can all expect from us. Yes, we promise high quality content. We promise practical takeaways that you can use next Monday, next Tuesday, anytime you want, and an open door. This is what we promise. We want you to talk to us, feel comfortable. We want you to challenge the speakers and meet the people sitting around you, even though it's around you in online environment.
Well, the best ideas usually happen in the hallways between the sessions anyway.
Yeah.
So thank you for trusting us with your time. We are honored to have you here.
Exactly. We are absolutely honored because you, all of you, are reasons that we are doing what we do. So, welcome to EduCast 2026. Let's get started.
Exactly.
First,
So, yeah,
go ahead, Mo.
before we start our conference for today, I just want to share something about our sponsors for today because we are really proud and honored to have a huge amount of a huge number of sponsors. So this conference is brought to you by Text Inspector and the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, and we have partnered with Eduverse ProEd, EduLink Speak International, Macmillan Education, Syntax Solutions Learning, for English sake, represented by Blanca, and also the University Grapevine newsletter. I hope I haven't forgotten anything. So anyway, guys, let me leave you with a couple of videos for our sponsors, and then we will start our first day.
Hey everyone!
Hi there.
I'm Anna,
I'm Shay.
and we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
and happy reflecting. Hey everyone!
Hi there!
I'm Anna.
I'm Shay.
And we're the hosts of the Teacher Think Aloud podcast, a podcast for reflective practice for teachers of English around the world.
Our mission is to support English language educators in reflecting on their teaching practices and in becoming more confident, happy teachers along the way.
And we want you to be part of our international community of listeners.
In each episode, we explore a topic within the field of English language teaching, from practical teaching tips to TESOL trends, issues, and career considerations.
All in an informal, fun conversation with ELT experts worldwide.
Listen and subscribe now on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And don't forget to follow us on social media. We want to connect with you.
Happy teaching
and happy reflecting.
Text Inspector is the award-winning professional online tool that allows you to accurately and comprehensively analyse written and spoken texts for teaching, testing and research purposes. Based on up-to-date, in-depth linguistic research, it uses statistically significant metrics, including lexical diversity, meta-discourse markers, and lexical sophistication, alongside tools such as the British National Corpus and the English Vocabulary Profile, to provide a detailed, accurate, and informative analysis of language use. This allows you to accurately assess the productive skills of your language students according to the CEFR and develop effective learning and assessment materials with greater ease. Some researchers have used Text Inspector to track improvements in their students' writing skills over time, others to ensure examination materials are at the correct level. Text Inspector is trusted by organisations including Cambridge University Press and the staff and students at 145 universities and colleges across the world. Why not try it yourself? We're offering all conference attendees premium access for free.
Hello again, and welcome back. Thank you for joining us. And these were a couple of videos from our sponsors for this conference. And since it's 2 p.m. already here in Saudi Arabia, and I don't know what time it is, maybe it's 1 p.m. in Cairo. And Blanca, what time is it now where you are? So, yeah, I think Blanca is Poland, so maybe it's 12, I don't know. She is still in the backstage. So we're still waiting for her. Yeah, it's 1 p.m. That's right. Okay, so before we start our conference today, let me ask you to do something really quick. Okay. And there is a quick poll. I want you to contribute to. I think it's active now. Yes, that's right. So it's just a simple question. Is it your first time to attend EduCast's international conference? Well, okay. So far we have 50 people answered the question. I've just finished reading the question. Yeah, so 73% of the people said yes, it's their first time to attend our conferences, and 28% said no, which is, that is good. That's a good number. That's a good percentage, right? Okay, that's great. So, guys, before we start, I want you to drop where you are from. It's my third time. That is great, Risha. Yeah, that's good. I hope that I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah, Turkey, that is great. Egypt, amazing. Vietnam, Egypt, Morocco, Armenia, India, Brazil, South Africa, Morocco again, Greece, Ukraine, Romania, Pakistan, Egypt again, Spain.
Yeah,
That is
hello,
amazing.
Mo.
Hello and
Knock,
welcome
knock.
back, Blanca. Yeah, so I was asking about the time where you are right now. What time it is right now?
What time
Hungary.
it is? Okay. You are
Yeah.
simply checking how many attendees are mo morning people or night owls. Okay, I see that.
Yeah, that's right. So, Blanca, the mic is yours. Let's
Thank you
start.
so much.
Yeah, let's start it.
Yes, mic will be just for a second only mine. So one more time, everybody, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on your time zone. It is my pleasure to start with the first session that I just feel in deep in my guts will be absolutely helpful for us. Is your leadership calm? Or maybe contagious. So it is my pleasure to welcome Paul Granger, who is a leadership performance practitioner with over 25 years experience working across Asia Pacific. He has lived and worked in Southeast Asia for nearly 30 years, building deep insight into leadership, performance, and team dynamics across cultures. Paul has worked with leaders and teams in startups, scaling organizations, and multinational companies across more than 15 countries. His work has supported tens of thousands of professionals with a strong focus on educational organizations, edtech, and learning-driven environments where pressure, complexity, and accountability are high. Paul, it is my pleasure to introduce you and welcome you. Now, officially, I can say the stage is yours, mic is yours, and we are happy that you are sharing everything with us today.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, Blanca, and welcome everybody. I see so many different countries are joining. I see 126 people in the chat room so far. So thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are. I'm actually curious. A lot of you are putting which country you are from. I'm curious in something else. I'm curious about not only where you are, but also how you're feeling at the moment. So if you could just put in the chat how you're feeling now, just a word, maybe an adjective, and where you are. So it could be, for example, excited in Dubai or bored in Bangkok, for example. Just put how you're feeling. Somebody's very excited, thrilled. Okay. What else do we have? Open-minded. That's going to be important for this session. Busy, motivated. Yeah. Let's see what else we have. Hungry. All right. Yeah, it's dinner time in Vietnam, so it is here as well. What else do we have? Exhausted, curious, creative, and open-minded, delighted. All right. So I think most of them are positive. I'm not sure about hungry. That's kind of in the middle. But most of you seem to be very, very positive. And yeah, open-minded, I guess, is probably one of the key ones that I think is really important for this session. Many of you have probably attended a lot of leadership sessions before, and we could be here all night talking about leadership. But what I really want to focus today on is something very, very specific around leadership, which perhaps and hopefully you have never heard before. Now, this session is going to be really interactive. I have no slides, okay? So you're going to be doing a lot of typing and a lot of chatting. So I hope you're ready. Firstly, I want to get to know, now that I've known a little bit about how you're feeling and where you are, I'd also like to know one more thing. As we're talking about leadership, I'm curious to know how you fit into the kind of leadership perspective. I think let's divide you into two. One group is going to be, are you a current leader? So if you're a current leader, I want you to, in a minute, when I say, I want you to type C. So C is current. Or are you, maybe you're not a current leader, but you are let's call it an aspiring leader, a future leader. So an aspiring leader, the code for that one is A. So A is aspiring leader and C is a current leader. So A or C, let's see what we have. Just put A or C into the chat. And maybe Blanca can help me to understand what most people are, whether A or C is coming up. I see a lot of A's. It looks to be about 50-50. A or C? Aspiring or current? Okay, it seems to be about 50-50. So that's good. Yeah, Blanca says about 50-50. Yeah, which is fantastic. All right, that was the easy part. Now let's get on to the question about what we're all here for, about leadership itself. So I think leadership can mean different things to different people. So maybe a starting point for us today is to think about an agreed definition of leadership. What is leadership? So this time in the chat, I want you to think about your own definition of leadership and keep it really, really simple. No essays, no more than 10 words, okay? And in the chat, just write your little definition as concise as possible in less than 10 words, what you feel it means to you. And this could be whether you're a current leader or an aspiring leader, it really doesn't matter. What is your definition of leadership? And I'll read some out as you're typing. So leaders are those giving direction, responsibility, motivating, I saw, empowering employees. What else do we have? To stay grounded, never stop trying, exploring, taking decisions, help employees develop, leading by example. Okay, that's a good one. We're going to come to that in a minute. I see empowering quite a lot. Just a few more seconds. Facilitator and motivator, encouraging, awareness. Wow. You see, this simple question of asking people to define, most people have provided very different answers, being a problem solver. Yeah. So there are so many. If you look in the chat now, there are 50, almost 100 different answers to the same question. So again, that kind of highlights why it's important to stay aligned into what we define today as leadership. So I will give you my definition. And of course, my definition is not maybe the correct definition. There is no correct definition. But I'd like to kind of set a kind of a framework and a baseline that we can work from for this session. And I think my definition will lead into that, hopefully. So my definition is leaders inspire others to achieve shared goals. Okay, I'll repeat that. Leaders inspire others to achieve shared goals. So let's just have a look at that sentence a little bit, especially with regards to the word inspire. Leaders inspire. And I saw a lot of comments talk about motivating, inspiring, being a role model. And I think the key thing here is that in order to inspire, great leaders use influence, not authority. Okay, they use influence, not authority, to inspire action. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever inspired others to achieve shared goals in either, could be the workplace, could be at home, could be outside, could be as a parent, could be as a friend, a partner, even a neighbor. So I see a lot of people saying yes. Have you ever inspired others to achieve shared goals? Simple question. I think most people are saying yes. Okay, we all have done that, right? And just to put this in another example, because normally when we think of leadership, we kind of think of leadership in the workplace. I'm going to give you, and somebody said my kids. So I'm going to give you, as I'm a parent of two kids, I'm going to give you an example as a parent, but I think this is going to be applied in many, many different contexts. So imagine that you're a parent and your child's room is really, really messy. If we try to inspire through authority, we might say something like, hey, clean your room. And the child says, oh, why? And you say, because I said so. So that's leadership through authority. It's not through influence, it's through authority. Yeah. Now, a leader parent might change something here. Instead of going through authority, you might use influence. How does this sound? Instead of saying, because I said so, you might say, hey, if we clear this room together now, we'll have more time to play later. So which toys do you want to start with? Does that sound better? So that is leading not through authority, not because I said so, but you're doing it from influence, through persuasion is another word. Which one is the child more likely to respond positively to? Probably the second one, right? You're all writing number 2. Yeah. Why? Well, because the goal, number 1, the goal is shared, right? There's more playtime, there's less stress. The goal is shared. Secondly, I think the child feels involved rather than controlled. A controlled child, you may win as a parent in the short term, but in the long term, you kind of win the battle, but you'll lose the war. So we want people that we influence to feel involved, that it's not just me, the leader, talking down to them. And I guess the last part is that motivation comes from meaning, not from fear. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that leadership is less about position or status, but leadership is more about mindset. So let's have a look at a situation now. There's something else that a leader needs. And I want you to close your eyes for a minute, because I'm going to ask you to imagine something, and it's probably easier if you close your eyes. So close your eyes, and I want you to think of a leader that you greatly respect, that you greatly like. It could be somebody that you currently work with or that you've previously worked with. Or it could even be, let's say, a famous leader that you've never met, somebody you've seen online, for example. And I want you to really, and again, if you haven't closed your eyes, please close your eyes to do this. It will really help. I want you to imagine that leader walking into a room. And I want you to really think about, really visualize how they move and how they walk and how they speak. And even perhaps how they listen. Remember, this is a leader that you admire. What do you notice? How they move, how they walk, how they speak, how they listen. And lastly, I want you to think about the best word you can use to describe the energy that this person brings. If there was one word or one phrase, how would you describe the energy that this great leader that you've selected displays? Okay, and you can now open your eyes if they were closed. And if you can briefly just type in the chat what adjective, what word came to mind. So we got calm, smiling. What else do we have? Confident. Enthusiastic, that's a good one. Owning the room, kind. Warmth. Positive, cheerful. Okay, a lot of different ones here. Motivated. Passionate has come quite a few times. Okay, so from all those words that you can see that people are sharing now, a really important part of being an effective leader is energy and presence that you kind of bring into the room. And this is something that you can even do without speaking. So if we look at all of those words that you've just shared, I wrote down here, motivated, confident, calm, positive. I want you to imagine that these are all things that they display to other people. They're external things that people notice about them, right? They're external traits. Maybe a more difficult question for you is, in order to display those external positive traits, what do you think those leaders all have in common about how they feel internally? How do those leaders feel internally? What word would you use to describe what's happening inside, not just outside? Somebody's put confident, fulfilled, interesting. What else do we have? Confident, yeah, confident could be on the inside and it could be on the outside, right? Responsible. We're trying to think of positive things generally that in order to be confident, to be positive on the outside, what do you need on the inside? A lot of people saying balanced, self-aware. Those are all great. Those are all great. Patient. Yeah. So here's one piece of research that I've found, because I've spoken to, Blanca mentioned that I work with a lot of leaders all across the world. And there's something I've found that is one thing that all of these leaders have in common. And it's the common characteristic that separates the great leaders from all of the rest. And that one thing is that they are calm on the inside. It's pretty simple. They're calm on the inside, and therefore that allows them to be calm, positive, motivating on the outside. So why is calm so important? And of course, you'll notice in my title, is your leadership calm or contagious? So really, calm is the important word we're going to be using for this webinar. And I want you to think about why inner calm is so important. Let's first of all maybe think about the opposite. Imagine a leader who's not calm. I'm sure you can think of many, many leaders, perhaps even people you're working with, who are not calm. Yeah. They are maybe the opposite would be somebody who's very reactive to situations. Not proactive, but reactive. Somebody who gets upset at the smallest thing. So very emotional or over emotional. Maybe somebody who takes things very personally. Yeah, maybe oversensitivity. Perhaps somebody who gets into passive conflict. And passive conflict, what I mean by that is they avoid situations. So they're not necessarily calm on the inside because they're avoiding something. And maybe the opposite of that is active conflict, where there's visible tension and maybe arguments taking place. So there's another reason why calm is important. The reality of being a leader today, and I'm sure that all of you who share that you are active leaders today, especially in the field of education, where I think most of us are from. The thing with leaders in education is that leaders are always in the spotlight. If you're working at a school, if you're working at a university, for example, there's nowhere to hide, right? You're not, for example, like let's say the CEO of Nike, who might be in a protected building somewhere, maybe in New York, where it's really difficult to find that or gain access to that leader. If you're maybe, let's say, a head of school or a head of department, your office is exposed. There's nowhere to hide, right? I actually read some research to show that the average number of interactions per day for an educational leader is remember, this is the average, is about 120. 120 interactions per day. That could be an email, it could be a conversation, it could be a text message. 120 opportunities for something to go wrong, right? That's a lot. And I also want to share with you this research from a leadership report. It came out in, I think, 2023. It was a 130-page leadership report. And it showed the biggest changes in educational leadership nowadays compared to about 10 years ago. And there were three things I just want to highlight. And I'm sure these will resonate strongly with you. Number one, leadership nowadays is more pressurized. There is more pressure. Number two is it's more complex. There's more stakeholders involved. There's more AI, let's say AI integration. Things are just more complicated than 10 years ago. And it's more demanding. There's more uncertainty in leadership positions now. Again, will I have a job? Will I continue in this job? Will I get made redundant? There's so much uncertainty now. And the last thing I just want to mention, and this is the interesting part of the report, was in addition to all of those, there's also increasing emotional burden, because almost every challenge faced by a leader is an emotional one. Almost every challenge faced by a leader is an emotional one, especially in education, where it's an emotional business. We're dealing with parents, we're dealing with teachers, we're dealing with all kinds of different stakeholders, students as well. So it is very, very emotional. And if you have 130 potential trigger points during the day, we really need to do our best to try to remain calm on the inside. So here's the important thing about remaining calm. If you are calm on the inside, let's just maybe define what calm means here. My definition of calm is quite simple, really. It means part of the meaning is remaining in positive emotion rather than negative emotion. Now, I'll explain in a minute what I mean by that exactly. But let me ask you a question first to kind of put this into context. Can you be stressed and, so stressed on the one side and empathetic at the same time? Can you be stressed and empathetic, have empathy for people at the same time? Yes or no? Can you be stressed and empathetic at the same time? Quite a lot of mixed answers here. Let me ask you another question. As people, there's a lot of mixed answers here. Can you be anxious on the one side and really curious at the same time? Can you be anxious and curious at the same time? Can you have a lot of self-doubt and be creative at the same time? And maybe the last one, I'll say, can you be angry and think strategically at the same time? So basically, all of these questions are putting a negative and a positive emotion together. And the general answer is it's really difficult to do that. Generally, if you are stressed, it's so difficult to actually listen to somebody else and be empathetic to them. You probably can do it, but you're not going to do it well. Yeah, it's going to sabotage you. So the secret here is not to have negative emotions. We all have negative emotions. It's not to avoid having negative emotions. The secret is how quickly can you recover from negative emotions? How quickly can you recover from negative emotions? The quicker you can recover, the longer you will stay in a positive emotion, which means you can tap into your superpowers like curiosity, like empathy, like long-term vision, like creativity. So the power to recover requires a very, very specific skill. And that skill is mental fitness. Mental fitness. So we've got about 10 minutes left. If you're wondering how strong your mental fitness is, I have a little quiz for you. It takes about 2 minutes, and there are 15 questions which you can answer very, very quickly. So I invite you to take the quiz now. Now, there are 2 ways you can access the quiz. Blanca has just put the URL into the chat. The alternative, if you don't want to go to the chat or you're unable to go to the chat, hit the resources tab, hit the links on the left, and then you can click on mental fitness quiz. Okay. So you can either go to the chat to Blanca's link, or you can click on resources, links, and then mental fitness quiz. And I'll just give you a couple of minutes to take the quiz. It will ask you to put your name, your email address, and your position at the beginning. I have a bonus, by the way, for everybody who does this quiz. I will send you something extra later today or tomorrow, okay? So do make sure you do the quiz, or at least sign up, even if you don't complete it. Yeah, because you will get something really valuable in the next 24 hours if you do. So just go through the quiz. As I said, it should only take 2 minutes. I'm just going to have a drink of water while I'm waiting for you to finish. When you're going through the quiz, your first answer is usually the correct one. Don't overthink your answers, okay? Just go through them. Take the first answer you can think of. Go with your gut feel, with your instinct. Some people have already finished, which is wonderful. Yeah, so just go with your first instinct. If you've done it, you can have a quick read about what the results may mean. And I'll just give you another 30, 45 seconds. If you have finished, it would be wonderful if you can put your score in the chat so that we know what people are getting. So you get a score from 0 up to 100. And by the way, there's no pass or fail here. There's no pass. It's not a test. And remember, this is a score from the last 24 hours. Okay, it's just from the last 24 hours. Okay, so I'll just talk a little bit about, some people may not have finished, that doesn't really matter. I'll just talk a little bit about what the results mean, if that's okay. So you'll notice that for those of you who got from 1 up to 50 or less than 50, I think it puts you into survival mode. And that means that you're in danger of getting what I call emotionally hijacked frequently. Yeah. You're more likely to get emotionally hijacked throughout the day. Which means your mental fitness is low to medium. And again, that's really important because if you are a leader and you're responsible for other people, your mental fitness really needs to be higher so that you can remain calm for the sake of your team and for yourself, of course. If you have reached 51 to, I think, 75, I think somebody put awakening, I think that's called awakening. That means you're kind of, if we lose the traffic lights, that means you're kind of an orange light or a yellow light. It means you're kind of borderline. It means that you're okay sometimes, but like a lot of people, you do get hijacked. Your emotions get the best of you, and you are still at risk of getting emotionally sabotaged or emotionally hijacked throughout the day. So you're slightly less at risk, but there's still a risk that you do. And for everybody who gets 80, I think 80 or above, that means your mental fitness is pretty strong. That means you are actually in the top 20% of about 5 million people who have done this assessment. Yeah. 80% of people get less than 75% in this assessment. Okay. So what I would, and remember, this is only from the last 24 hours. So what this means is that I would recommend you to do the assessment maybe 2 or 3 times in the future, in the next few weeks, because then you can work out an average score. If you've just got, if you've had a really good day in the last 24 hours, but that's maybe unusual for you, or it's not an average day, you may get a false high. You may also get a false low as well. Yeah, so it's good to do kind of on different days and get the average. So I think we've got 4 minutes left. So I guess the big question that you're probably wondering, and you're hoping that I will give you the answer to, is how do you improve mental fitness. How do you get your score up? How do you recover quickly from these negative emotions that we feel? Not to avoid the negative emotions, but to recover quickly and not stay in those negative emotions for a long time. We all know sometimes some small event can trigger us, let's say in the morning at 9 o'clock, and it stays with us maybe until lunchtime or until maybe 4 p.m. and it just takes over the whole day. I think we've all been in that situation, right? So how can we recover quickly? Another example is let's say we have a meeting at 11 o'clock and we finish that meeting and it's been a really bad meeting and we have only 2 minutes before the next meeting. How can we make sure we go into the next meeting without dragging the negativity that your team, if you're a leader, that your team will feel as you go into that meeting? So one of the reasons why it's called mental fitness is because, like physical fitness, this is not something that you can do overnight. If you go to the gym for one day, you're not going to get physically fit. It's the same with your mind. You cannot get mentally fit just by doing one or two strategies, let's say, over the next 24 hours. It takes consistent practice. That's why we call it mental fitness. So I cannot really share multiple tips on how you get an instant result, but I will share, we've got a few minutes left, I will share one strategy that you can use before a difficult meeting, or let's say a situation where you feel might be really challenging for you, and you can imagine perhaps getting what we call emotionally hijacked. We want to minimize the chances of you getting triggered during a specific event. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I want you to close your eyes and just breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. And do it again. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. And as you breathe in through your nose, feel the air going into your nostrils. And as it leaves your mouth, feel the air coming out of your mouth and feel the temperature of that air. Just do it a couple of times. Now I want you to take your thumb and your forefinger. If you're not sure what I mean, you can quickly open your eyes and see what I'm doing. And I want you to rub your thumb and your forefinger together with such a tension that you can feel the fingertip ridges on your thumb. And again, just really focus on those sensations. If any thoughts come into your mind, just ignore them. Focus on the sensation of your thumb and your forefingers. When you finish that, just put your hands down, and I want you to listen carefully to the sound that is furthest away from you. What is the sound that is furthest away from you? And now let's do the opposite. I want you to focus on the sound which is closest to you. And I'm going to challenge you here. Try to listen to the sound of your own breathing. Okay, so you can now open your eyes. Hopefully you haven't fallen asleep. So this is a very short, you can do these for 20 seconds. I call these sensory reps, sensory reps. they're focused on your sensations. So we looked at touch. We were focusing on our breathing, and we were focusing on sound. So as you know, there are 5 senses. We focus on 3 of these. And the great thing about these is they can be done in 10 seconds. Let's say you're in a meeting, even during a meeting, and it's not going very well. You feel hijacked under the table. You can just, so nobody can see you. Nobody thinks you're weird. And you get under the table, you can just focus on that and just do that for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. And this is something that is really, really good for those short time between meetings. Yeah. And it gets you out of your head. It gets you out of thinking mode. It's the opposite of thinking, right? We're using senses. We're not using our brain for this. We're using our senses. It switches your brain out of autopilot. Okay. So I just want to finish with this scenario. Yeah. And I know we're coming up to Q&A. So if I can just for the last couple of minutes, I just want you to think of this scenario and then we'll come into Q&A. So here's a scenario, and I'll try to put this in a situation that I think you can all identify with. So a team meeting is happening with a leader and his or her team. And one team member starts the meeting by reluctantly admitting, "Hey, boss, I've made a serious mistake." Now, if that leader gets emotionally hijacked, if their mental fitness is weak, that leader will start, you know what they'll do, right? They'll start to judge that person. They'll start to blame that person. And that negativity will spread throughout the room very, very quickly. It's like a contagion effect, right? We've all been in those situations, yeah? Just put in the chat, have you been in that situation? Put yes, if you've been in that situation. And I want you to think about a different scenario. This time, the leader has a really strong mental fitness, and the leader remains inwardly calm, but also outwardly calm as well. The person admits a mistake, but this time, the leader is able to tap into his or her empathy. So the leader says, "Okay, don't worry, we've all been in this situation." And because the leader's calm, the leader's now able not only to be empathetic, but also be able to be curious as well. So the leader might say, "Tell us more about exactly what happened. We're curious to learn exactly what happened." Yeah. And so they really understand the cause of the situation. And then perhaps the leader can really tap into his or her strategic thinking and think about, how does this impact the bigger picture? Yeah. How important is this really? It might not be that important, right? And also, the leader can also tap into their creative thinking. So the leader might say, "Okay, team, now we understand the situation. Let's brainstorm some solutions so this never happens again. Because all of us could have made this mistake. Let's be creative about this. Let's think outside the box." And remember, if they're being very judgmental, they're not going to be able to be creative. They're going to feel reluctant to be creative. And then finally, the leader, because he's calm or she's calm, they can get into action. They're not going to procrastinate. They're not going to delay. So they're not going to avoid the situation. They're going to get into action. Then they can put a plan in place to make everything happen. So in other words, all of this is possible because the leader has remained calm and has been able to recover quickly. And that's why it's so important. So how awesome would it be if all of you on this call could really increase your recovery time, build your mental fitness so that you can access your unique superpowers, so you can do more with your team, with your family, with yourselves, and avoid this kind of self-sabotaging. So as I mentioned, we're going to go to Q&A now. But just before we do, for those of you who have done the assessment, I will send you something in the next 24 hours with some ideas for what we call sensory resets. Some sensory resets you can do in the morning for the first few seconds of the morning that will really set up your day and have an amazing day to start off with. So yeah. So I think Blanca, sorry, we went over time a little bit, but I hope we got 13 minutes for questions relating to everything I've shared with so far.
Yes, that's okay. We have time. Thank you, Paul, so much. I've been thinking, because you beautifully reminded us of one of the sessions that we had during EduCast, I think, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when we were talking about mindfulness in classroom. So like, how can we really tune ourselves into this more calm inner state in our environment? And I have kind of question to you, which is based on the fact that we human beings very often have this tendency to label certain things. On one side, it helps us to communicate and basically to be the part of society. However, very often I get the impression that it is hindering our process and development. By labeling, I mean what is good, what is bad. Taking this into consideration, what is your perspective on negative emotions? Are negative emotions good for us or not?
Yeah. So as I think I mentioned earlier, we don't want to be avoiding negative emotions. I hear a lot of people talk about, oh, we've got to think positive, we've got to think positive, but it's a lot of it is false positive. Negative emotions are actually really useful for us. Imagine if you never experienced negative emotions. Imagine you were working on a project with your team and something was going wrong, but you don't feel negative emotions. What's going to happen? You're going to keep making the same mistakes. You're not going to feel any pressure. You're going to make, and then the cycle will continue. So negative emotions are really useful. But the $1,000 question or the $1 million question is, how long do you want to stay in those negative emotions? Imagine if you're in the kitchen and you have a hot stove. Imagine putting your hand on the hot stove. How quickly would you want to remove your hand? Pretty quickly, right? Otherwise, you'd burn your hand on the hot stove, on the oven. So the same is true with negative emotions. If we put our hand on the hot stove, if we stay in those negative emotions for a long time, it's going to burn us. We're not going to be able to access our true potential. We're going to self-sabotage. But if we learn to recognize when we are in negative emotion, and that's basically the first step, to actually recognize that you are in negative emotions, then we can take action to take strategies and one of the strategies was what I shared with you today, to get out of overthinking and to start taking action to slowly go into move away from negative and go into positive. So the short answer is negative emotions are useful as a trigger, as a sign that something is wrong and needs our attention. But we do not want to stay in those negative emotions, because staying in them will self-sabotage us. And not only us, but as a leader, guess who else they will sabotage? Everybody we come in contact with. And as a leader in education, that's a lot of people in one day.
Exactly. And then we end up with snowball effect. That's correct.
Well, I call it contagion effect. Yeah, it's literally like a disease. Yeah, it's a contagion effect.
It goes viral. That's true. So based on your many years of professional experience and the insight and your observations, how often you think leaders, nonetheless of aspiring leaders or already there leaders, how often leaders confuse urgency with importance? And what it does to the leader's state of mind, nervous system, and this kind of approach in terms of situation. Because
I think yes, I think a lot of the time, what I see in leadership today is that you need to wear two hats as a leader. Hat number one is when you are I'll use this term, and I hope people understand it. Firefighting. You're putting out fires. Okay? You're dealing with immediate things for the now.
Mhm.
And then on the other side, your other hat needs to be a strategic hat. You need to think about the future. You need to think about the long-term vision. You cannot be firefighting and think strategically at the same time. If you spend 90% of your time firefighting and you only have 10% of headroom to think strategically, your plans are going to be short term, not long term. So we need to have a balance as both. So the biggest challenge I see is that a lot of leaders are stuck in firefighting mode, almost in survival mode. And I think we need to become a bit more balanced by enabling ourselves to become more strategic. And as I said, that little strategy that I shared in terms of doing sensory reps when you feel that you need to get out of firefighting mode, that's one step to get that balance. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And as you promised, our attendees and everybody who entered the link that we provided by you and did this kind of mental fitness quiz will receive certain additional ideas in terms of grounding. So thank you one more time for that. I have one question that was brought by our attendees, one of our attendees, that I think it perfectly wraps up the title of this year's conference. So education in 2026 and beyond, what we can actually do by rethinking process. So the question goes, if true leadership in 2026 is measured by the mental fitness and calm you mentioned that we bring to environment, how most of teachers' daily classroom habits can change to make sure that we are practicing leadership, but as an act of service, not just an exercise of power?
Yeah, that's a great question. If we want to be of service to people, we need to be mentally fit. We cannot be of service to people when we're constantly in negative emotion. If we're always in negative emotion, we tend to think badly of people. We tend to judge people. We actually judge ourselves. Most of the times when we're judging others, this first step is we're actually judging ourselves first. So mental fitness, the first part of becoming mentally fit, and this is something I work with a lot of leaders on over the duration of 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. The first part of it is to have empathy for yourself. That's where it starts. And when you start having empathy for yourself, and trust in yourself, then you can be more empathetic to others. And that's kind of the gateway. We tend to get triggered when we feel self-doubt about ourselves. And that means that we start to judge others, or we judge the circumstance. So the circumstance might be something happened, that thing is a bad thing. So it requires us kind of shifting our mindset to thinking every challenge, every setback we have can be turned into a gift and an opportunity. Let me just repeat that. Every setback or challenge can be turned into a gift or an opportunity. So most of the time, what I see a big problem with many leaders and teams as well, we tend to be very black and white. That situation is bad, it must be bad. That situation is good, it must be great. There's no middle ground. And we tend to over dramatize the bad. If you really think back in your life and you think of the worst things that have happened to you, maybe for me it was getting laid off from a job that I loved. For me it was a whole range of other things. But if you think about some of the worst things that ever happened to you in your life, now think about if that thing hadn't happened, what might you have lost in terms of a positive sense? What good came out of that so-called bad thing? And I'm guessing that most of the times you'll be able to pull out, you'll be able to rethink it and think, hey, actually, it was a good thing that that thing happened, not a bad thing. So, I've seen so many stories about where things, even earthquakes happening and people have lost stuff, but it's enabled them to do something that they've never done before. So that's a big, big mindset in terms of helping leaders not get sabotaged by themselves, by others, and by the circumstances.
Thank you so much, Paul. So to wrap it up and be mindful about our attendees' well-being and give them what you proposed today, a little bit of breathe in and out. What you said is what reminds me of what Dalai Lama says, like every challenge can be our opportunity. And like the safety protocol on the plane, we do start with our inner state of being and take care of what's happening there. This is how I would wrap up your beautiful session, and absolutely thought-provoking. I do believe that our participants and also other people that will watch this recording in the future will take lots of things to use actually on daily basis. So Paul, thank you for being with us. And now I am going to hand it over to Mo, because Mo is coming with another wonderful speaker, and he's going to remind all of us how we can all together create this learning experience, because it's not only one day, but we are going to have a lot of learning opportunity until Thursday. That's why we just wanted to remind you about certain rules to take into consideration. Mo, over to you.
Thank you, Blanca, for this, and thank you, Paul, for being part of this amazing conference. I really enjoy listening to you talking about leadership, because we a couple of days we talked about the same thing. How can we help leaders in the workplace with lots of issues and lots of changes going on? So thank you for that. I'm sure I'll be sharing the recording of our podcast with our attendees. Through a message or an email to their inboxes. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for being part of this. Some ground rules before we go to the next talk. Please use the chat box to make comments. Write your questions at the end of the talk. There is a Q&A button you can click on and type your questions, and we will answer them at the end of every talk. Only ask relevant questions. For some safeguarding, please be respectful and polite in the chat box. We're all here connecting for the same purpose, learning from each other, helping each other. Do not write harmful or offensive comments. Do not share links of personal information. And regarding the information, you can click on the resources at the tab that you can see here on Zoom, and then you can see the speakers of today, their biographies, and the links of their social media accounts so that you can approach them later. Again, conferences aren't only about talks. They are also about networking. So please make the best use of that. As for the certificate, the most famous and common question, you will receive an editable PDF certificate of participation to all registered attendees. You will receive them via email. And regarding the recordings, you will receive an email with the recordings on Zoom platform, and you will also you can also access the recordings on our YouTube channel. You will see the links right now in the chat box. And since it's 3 p.m., we're moving to another speaker, and actually he's a great friend, a great boss. Yeah, we work together. So guys, today we have Nathan Buller, the representative of Macmillan Education, and he's talking about designing for agency, scaling leadership through universal design for learning. So Nathan is the marketing and academic services manager for Macmillan Education in the MENA region. He is the lead teacher trainer for Macmillan Education in the MENA region, with a background in child development and social and cultural anthropology. He has 15 years of experience in education, starting in early years education and special education needs support in the UK before teaching English in Oman, Egypt, Qatar, and Vietnam. He's traveled the world. He also worked as a teacher trainer in Malaysia and IELTS examiner in China, finally moving to Dubai in 2016 to work in educational publishing. Everyone, give Nathan Wooler a warm welcome. Hello, Nathan. How are you doing?
Hello, good afternoon. How are you all? Mo, great to see you.
We're good.
Nice to see you as well. Good afternoon.
Nice to see you another time, Nathan. Such a great pleasure you are with us.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. So I will stop sharing the screen, and please, whenever you're ready, share yours.
Okie dokie. Okay, hopefully you can see just my PowerPoint. Please let me know if that's the case. I'm going to take that as a yes. Let's move. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, my name is Nathan, and I'm joining on behalf of Macmillan Education. I'm the teacher trainer and academic services manager here in the Middle East and North Africa. And of course, it is a massive pleasure to be here. I've been at the Educast conferences since the first one, I think. And they've grown and grown, and these guys do such a wonderful job. So a big thanks to Mo and a big thanks to Blanca as well for all of the efforts that they put in making this massive conference now. It was very small when we first started, and look at them now, a whole week of professional development for you guys, which I think is absolutely fantastic. And there's a whole host of various topics going on throughout. So, as I said, I'm really excited to be here with you all today. I'd like to just shrink this if I can. There we go, perfect. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm super excited. Thanks to the organizer, thanks to Paul for kickstarting off the conference with a really interesting look at leadership. I'm going to kind of continue with some of his themes. And I think this is particularly poignant now. I think if you looked at the conference materials, we can see that Educast is stating, it is reminding us that education is standing at this transformative crossroads. Where are we going? There is rapid global technological and learner changes are all shaping kind of the future of the classroom, the future of schools, the future of learning institutions, I guess. So our themes this year, we've got leadership. If I was looking at it, we've got things around empowering educators. We've got things around evidence-based learning, teaching in the age of AI. There's going to be a lot of stuff in the next couple of days around AI. I am absolutely sure. I've been to several face-to-face conferences in the last month, and AI features quite prominently now. So we'll see plenty of that, I'm sure. But this idea of future-ready learning environments, I think is a perfect kind of backdrop for what we're talking about today. So we're thinking about agency predominantly in this session. And I'm going to look at agency through the lens of what we call UDL, or Universal Design for Learning. So we're looking not just at the designing of classrooms to give students more agency. We're thinking about teacher agency, team agency, school-based agency. And I'm going to look at how leadership can kind of scale that using this framework of Universal Design for Learning. So I'm kind of looking at this through Universal Design for Learning, but I'm putting a little bit of a spin on it, I think. I've seen some really nice things in the chat around things like growth mindset. I saw a really nice one from Oliver around this idea of I don't know, let's find out together. And I think this particular presentation is kind of framed around that. And it's a practical presentation. The idea is to hopefully co-create with you guys, because there's some activities, this idea of what kinds of things can we be doing together in schools to develop teacher agency, student agency, stakeholder agency as well we'll look at. Hopefully that sounds all right. Let's see if anyone's got anything. Some nice things going on already. Perfect, good. So let's start with agency itself and why agency matters and why it matters now probably more than ever. So UDL puts learner variability. You're going to hear this statement a lot for learner variability, which is at the heart of UDL. As I mentioned, I work for Macmillan Education, and there's been a lot of work done more recently on UDL as this framework for helping teachers to design lessons that support learner differences upfront. So creating flexible, inclusive learning where students can kind of choose pathways that fit their strengths. That's the kind of core. We're going to look at that in more detail in a little bit. But that's really the key, this idea that UDL inherently builds agency in our classrooms, in our schools, because students are learning to make choices for themselves. Yeah, they're developing autonomy, they're owning their own learning. And as a result, teachers are gaining confidence because UDL is not, it's not a rule book, it's a flexible framework, yeah, that's there to support teachers in what they're doing in the classroom. Now, of course, there's something else I think going on. We need to think about this from a kind of student-centric perspective. So we need to take into perspective other things that might be happening with our students. For example, trauma. Yeah, and there's lots of things going on now around trauma-impacted learning. Yeah, so you could do, and this I think is a separate session in itself. We're not going to delve too much into that because that would take us a long time. But understanding that trauma impacts on things like emotional regulation, long-term learning outcomes, cognitive load for students, helps us to kind of see that our environments, our learning environments, need to prioritize things like safety, belonging, trust, predictability, empowerment for students. This idea of kind of compassionate teaching, I guess we could call that. So understanding that trauma, I think, is more widespread than we give it credit for, or that we probably take into consideration. I guess perhaps a good question, and you can put this in the chat box, this is supposed to be interactive, is what percentage of students in a classroom would you say have probably experienced some kind of trauma in the past before coming to your classroom? Maybe you want to have a guess. If there are 30 students in a classroom, how many of them do you think would have experienced some form of trauma at some point in their lives previous to your lesson? Let's see what people can come up with. I think it's nice to kind of start getting your ideas on some of these things. 40%, okay. 4 in 10, 100%, yep. Yeah, and again, this is very much context driven, right? Depending on where they are. You know, in somewhere like Ukraine, somewhere like Gaza, somewhere like Sudan, it's going to be 100% probably, all of them, but a very high number, I'd say, have experienced something. So, you know, are we building those that rapport with students? Are we learning about our students? Are we taking that into account? So, I mean, yeah, I think people are saying probably a very, very high percentage. So again, trauma deserves a session in itself, but it's something that we can kind of keep in the back of our minds as we're thinking about some of these things from a leadership perspective. Okay, so I've got another question for you. So on a scale of 1 to 10, they're thinking about you yourselves now. So we think about the teacher. How much agency do you feel like you have in your school? That's quite an open question. But on a scale to 1 to 10, how much do you think you have? Okay, 8, 7, 5, 50-50, 5, 7, 8, 6. Okay, good. So people are experiencing a medium to high level of agency currently, which is great. I'd say 1 being a kind of, you know, you're working in a factory-based setting. Your school feels like it's just kind of going through the motions. Everything is scripted by management. You follow everything to the letter. 10 would be you feel fully confident that if you suggested to your line manager that you wanted to experiment with a kind of radical new teaching approach, that you would be given the green light. Yeah, you would have the trust and responsibility from your line manager, and they would see it as something that's inevitably you're trying it to benefit your students or perhaps yourself. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. Would you please explain what you mean with agency? Again, we could go back and do a whole session on what agency is. Agency is kind of the freedom to make informed decisions, I guess, independently, and have the kind of trust of other people to be allowed to do that. The opposite of control, I guess. Okay, good, perfect. So we've got quite high levels. So what about if I ask that question to students, what do you think they would come up with? Do you think they would give it the same? I mean, you don't have to do this in the chat box because there's 3 different questions here and it might get a bit muddled. But let's think about, if I said to students, how much agency do you think you have on a day-to-day basis in lessons? Would they also say 6, 7, 8? What if I ask kind of admin staff how much agency they feel like they have within a school? What about parents? How much agency do parents have when it comes to students' learning context? And I'm thinking about school-based learning, not necessarily adult learners here. Their parents might be older and happy to watch TV or something. But this is an interesting kind of question for me. How agency changes according to the stakeholder group can also, they'll say lower numbers, yeah. And again, there's a perception element here as well. How much agency do you actually have in comparison to how much is perceived by others as well is an important point to make here. Okay, so we've got different numbers. Some people say 5 and some people say 9. I can see Miriam says 5 and Mohammed says 9. So my last question is then, well, what makes the difference? Why do some people experience greater agency in their school than other people? What could be the reasons for that? I mean, we know the title of the talk, so I guess the answer is probably fairly self-explanatory, but we're asking the question anyway. Let's go for it. What makes the difference between some people having agency when they're teaching and some people not having agency? Better bring the time up so I can keep a track of where we are. Some people could be better communicators. Okay, so I'm trying to interpret what you mean there because there's not many words. Do you mean that they're better able to articulate what it is they're trying to achieve? So they're given more agency because they're able to communicate the agency that they want? Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to interpret that one. Common growth goes to the staff, trust and experience. Teachers feel empowered, maybe. Yep. Why would they feel empowered? Could be results driven. Yep. The administration is poor. That could be for lower levels of agency, perhaps. The barriers that are set between you and them. Parents have the upper hand. Yeah, okay, good. So you might not have agency because parents take that agency away from, yep. And so there's a lot of dynamics going on there in private schools because you have a funding element. If someone's paying for something, they feel like they have more of a say in what goes on. And then management might be more inclined because they want to keep parents to take their point of view on, and it conflicts with what we've all experienced this. I've worked in private schools before. I've seen this happen. Yep. Depends on regulations and law, safeguarding and safety. Yeah, and what sectors they work. Okay, good. Lots of great answers for why it might make a difference. Okay, so because we're thinking about this through the framework of leadership, let's think about managers versus leaders. So let's start with a manager. What kinds of qualities do we traditionally associate to a manager? Now, I pulled this image from Google Images. There's lots of different variations, I'm sure. But what do you think? How would you describe a manager? Firm? Yeah, let's get some good adjectives here. It's a good one to start with. Firm. Managers are firm. Good communication skills. They could be patient, fair, transparent, good listener, strict, give instructions, knowledgeable. Okay, yeah, great. Helpful, considerate. Nice. We've got a range of different things. What did the image say? Yep, they focus on things. They do things right. They should be fair. Not flexible. Yeah, they organize. They plan. Yeah, they put things into spreadsheets. They send things out. Make sure things take place. They can lead, yeah, exactly. And there's going to be some definite gray and overlap in here, I think, anyway. What about a leader? What would differentiate a leader? And they're a bridge between the workers and the boss. I like that. I won't use any inappropriate words, but yeah, I think there's a couple of phrases about things going up and things going down. Yeah, mentors, democratic, flexible. I mean, we've definitely got more positive words coming through. Good listeners, they inspire. I like that as well. Charismatic, wise, helpful, and flexible. Nice. Yeah, so they focus more on people. They don't do things right. They do the right things. Yeah, so a bit more kind of justice-based, I guess. We've had inspire, we saw motivation, we saw building things, shaping things. Yeah, facilitate, empowering. Lots of things. Okay, good. So what the difference between managers and leaders, kind of in a nutshell. And we could critique this for sure and come up with all sorts of different things. Again, it very much depends on cultural contexts and where you are, I'm sure. But the first thing I want to think about is, well, we want to think about agencies. Well, managers and leaders, regardless of whether they're one or the other, agency is a leadership responsibility. So what does that mean? And I want to think about this in terms of UDL, because if UDL emphasizes learner agency, which is enabling students to make choices that kind of match their strengths and their needs, leadership has the responsibility to make that agency become a reality, right? Because leadership is the ones that control systems and structures. They can shape culture. Yeah, they can set expectations. Yeah, they can guide processes. So I think the difference in an educational context between managers and leaders is managers will, they'll create a timetable. They'll focus on teacher skills. So they might do observations and they will say, okay, we need to help you get better at delivering a certain grammar point, or I'd like you to improve the way you teach vocabulary, for example. But I think leadership as an agency-based responsibility is not just looking at teacher skills, it's working together. And as somebody said, Oliver, I think it was, how can we do this better? How can we work together to find ways to improve the things that we do? So if it is a responsibility, then we're hopefully trying to work towards this idea of inspirational and aspirational agency-based leadership. Yeah, this idea of, okay, what are these conditions for agency? How much influence do I have? Now, I've kind of said this because, again, I said I've been to quite a few face-to-face conferences, and I've seen quite a few of the things that Macmillan has delivered more recently on universal design for learning. And I feel like the conversation around universal design for learning at the moment is very much about what teachers can do. Yeah, teachers can take this framework and use it to improve the things that they're doing with their students in the classroom, which is natural. But actually, I think for UDL to really work, it needs to be owned and directed at a leadership level as well. And I'll kind of give some examples of that in a moment. So there we go. So this has been the bit about agency and the importance of agency and the importance of leadership driving that agency, and it not being something that's just left to the responsibility of teachers themselves to, to be able to have the ability to articulate the things that they need and get that from leadership. So that's the first part, agency. The second part is around this idea of universal design for learning. So there's a lot of people in the room, and this idea of UDL, universal design for learning, might be something a little bit new. So let's just kind of reflect on, or just make sure that everybody's on the same page about what universal design for learning is. So A, have you heard of it? And B, what does it mean to you, universal design for learning? Let's just take a minute just to make sure that, or to see if anybody has some experience. Maybe you've seen it recently. It's new to you. Good. Okay, perfect. Robots cannot be humans. Okay. So what do you think universal design for learning means? Okay, someone's put differentiated instruction. Okay, that's a good starting point. It's new to you. Good. So it's new to a lot of people. Great. Inclusivity. Yep, that's a big aspect of it. Making more inclusive classrooms. I'll give you a moment because you might want to think. We don't need to rush. Student-based. Yep, amazing. Good. Good. I like the fact that it is new to a lot of people, so that's good. Different learning styles. Everyone can access, engage with, and succeed in learning. Good. No matter how they learn best. Good. 21st century learners, leader success, new methods of teaching. Oh, starting with the end in mind. That's nice. If anybody's ever been to any of my teacher training sessions, I definitely like to start with the end and work backwards. It's a really nice methodology. Okay, we're thinking about obstacles. Yep, there's another word we're going to use for this. Learning multimodal, which is really nice. Yeah, we're going to touch on that as well. Good, active, nice, active learning, perhaps. Okay, good. So it's new to some people. So let's take one slide and just kind of refresh or introduce to those people who haven't seen it before what universal design for learning kind of is. So universal design for learning is an educational framework. Yeah. So it's something there designed to guide us. Yeah. It's to guide us in the development of flexible learning environments. And we'll explain a little bit more about what that might look like in a moment. And learning spaces that can accommodate individual learning differences. Now, this is slightly different to differentiation, although there's a big overlap, I think. And we're thinking about differences and not difficulties. Quite a lot of the time we think, okay, there are students that experience difficulties. How can I differentiate the content to allow them to have a go? Yeah, we see this in differentiated worksheets, for example, where maybe they get given more of the content. Instead of writing something, they just do gap fills with keywords. This is differentiated content to help students access that. And that fits into this idea of learning spaces and accommodations. But UDL goes a little bit further, I think, in that. So you've got these kind of key areas, flexible curricula. So we're thinking about how we can tailor and adapt in a very flexible way the curricula that we deliver to students. Yeah. That doesn't mean giving all 30 students their own activities, because that's just not feasible in terms of how much we can achieve as a teacher in the time that we have. But it's being proactive in terms of thinking about, okay, I've got diversity within my classroom, within my students. How can I start to preempt that? How can I think about how I can design things, design activities, design content that allows students to be able to access that? We'll talk about a bit more about that in a second. Adaptable spaces. So thinking about how we can utilize the spaces that we have, or how we can just make the spaces more accessible for students. And again, to accommodate for that. And we'll give some examples in a moment. Focusing on strengths, so again, very student-centered, which we already mentioned. Highlighting individual student strengths. So learning again about our students. We mentioned trauma, but this can just be learning about what they've learned about. Again, and reinforcing what it is that they're good at and building on that, continuously scaffolding that, and addressing any challenges. Yeah. So again, someone mentioned about inclusivity. Good. And then we got here, it's defined as an educational framework. Good. Guide. Flexible learning environments. Yeah. Development of spaces not rigid, rather adaptable to the needs of learners. Perfect. Great. Okay, what does that look like in practice? So goals are a big part of this. Yeah, helping students to understand what it is they're working towards. And I mentioned, I heard Paul talking about this at the end of his talk, this idea of sharing what students are working towards, helping them to set their own goals, to become more autonomous learners, helping them to create the small steps to working towards those goals is a big part of helping students to be part of the process of their own learning. Predicting barriers, we already mentioned this. So thinking about this being in a proactive way, identifying barriers that might occur. And again, this differs a little bit from differentiated instruction in the fact that we might differentiate according to certain students within the classroom. So, okay, this student might need, they might have this particular barrier. I think when you think about it through UDL, we don't think about it just to benefit one student. Actually, tailoring our content or tailoring the way we deliver could actually help other students, even if they don't experience that barrier anyway. So it's a little bit more kind of open in terms of how it's designed for everyone, rather than designed for specific students in mind. And then we've got these three particular kinds of strands, these kind of three, I guess, framework columns, which make up universal design for learning. So you'll hear this word representation, and it's effectively the what. Yeah, it's how accessible is our content to all of the students within the room. How do they see our content in terms of being able to access it? A clear example of that is if you're doing a reading activity, some students need more time than others. They're not capable of reading it. They just might need a little bit more time. You'll have dyslexic students, which might require more support. So it's thinking about, okay, I've got my piece of reading, maybe from a course book. How accessible is this reading? And what do I need to do in advance? How can I prepare the lesson to make that reading as accessible as possible for all the students? Yeah. So this is the kind of what representation. You've then got the how. So again, a lot of this is around helping students to evidence learning in their own particular preferred format. Yeah, and again, there's some challenges there because we can't always give students the option to do things the way they want because they would probably just choose to do it the same way every time, and they need variety. But including them in that process and finding out how they prefer to evidence their learning. And we call this action and expression, the how, giving them options, giving them choice, giving them voice in terms of how they evidence their learning. And the last one is engagement, which is the why. So is what I'm doing in the classroom purposeful to my students? How purposeful do they see it? Again, we need to look through the student's eyes here, be empathetic, and think, okay, because not everything is going to be engaging for all students, but how, again, can we tailor that to make things that might not be so engaging more engaging for everybody? So a little bit about UDL there. And you're going to see these three strands. Yeah, and we'll look at that, what that framework looks like, kind of overarching in a minute. But I guess if you want to remember three things, you've got these three columns: representation, accessibility of our content, action and expression, what they produce and how they produce it, giving them more choice, and then thinking about strategies that we use to make things more engaging for all. Okay, so if that's what UDL is, and there's a lot of things that we can do, and obviously we cannot do everything as a teacher. If you tried to focus on all of those aspects all at the same time, it would be pretty overwhelming. Yeah, I need to make my content, I need to have 3 different ways for them to access my content. And I need to have 8 different ways for them to be able to produce language at the end of the unit. It would become overwhelming, and it probably would become overwhelming for your students as well. And this is where I think leadership really kind of comes in and is important in helping us to deliver things through a particular framework and ensure that, I guess, teaching teams are all on the same page, that we're all working together, that we're all aligned, and that we're all moving the whole school forward. Again, we see lots of things within professional development where you have really enthusiastic teachers. Hopefully, I don't know how many people there are here, several hundred, but I'm sure that the several hundred here are the most enthusiastic teachers in their school, and I'm sure there's other teachers in their school who are less enthusiastic. How do you ensure as a leader that one teacher is not kind of trying lots of different things and then another teacher is just kind of sticking to the script? Because what does that do for students if we're thinking about their entire learning journey? Yeah, if they do year 2 with a teacher who's super engaged and trying all these different things, and some of it's working, some of it isn't, but that's great. And then they go to year 3 and okay, yeah, it's just back to being spoon-fed. It's distorted, yeah, and it's not necessarily, I guess, the best way to help students with that learning journey. So let's think about this from a leadership perspective. Like I mentioned, a lot of things I've seen recently are from a teacher's perspective, but let's think about implementing UDL from a leadership perspective. So I think the first thing that leadership can do is build understanding of universal design for learning. So I guess we could have professional development sessions within a school, workshops where teachers can work together to identify, and someone's mentioned that there, yeah, great workshops, training PDs, helping teachers to build their understanding of what universal design for learning is and how it will benefit their classroom, but also how it will benefit the school as well, school-wide benefit. So this is the kind of first thing, building a teacher's understanding. And then focusing on agency, because in order to implement this, I think teachers do need a high level of agency in terms of giving them the ability, the confidence to be able to experiment and try different things in their classroom, without negative repercussions from management. But that needs to be a learning journey. It needs to be recorded. It needs to be talked about. It needs to be discussed. Yeah, it's not just you can just kind of go away and do whatever you want. No, actually, we're going to be thinking about this from a systems-based approach. So developing a system, and I'll kind of show what that system might look like in a second. The third will be to model. And again, so if you're building teachers' understanding of what universal design for learning is, at the same time, I think leadership needs to model that. So whatever you're trying to get teachers to achieve in the classroom should be modeled as within the teaching team. For example, if you want teachers to be focusing on action and expression, you want them to pick this particular strand, and we're going to experiment. We're going to devise some strategies for development of action and expression. It would be really useful for leadership to implement these activities in the same kind of format. Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to put teachers into groups of 3, and they might come up with one idea that they're going to experiment, and then they're going to feed that back to the team. Yep. So I'm using, your position as a leader, not just to, deliver a PD session, a 1-hour PowerPoint on what is universal design for learning. Now you know what it is, go off and do it. No, actually, it should be an experimental kind of cycle. Yeah. And teachers should be a part of that. And leadership should model what it is they want teachers to do in the classroom within the teaching team itself. That's one idea. And the last is to use AI tools thoughtfully. And again, AI it's coming on so quickly. It's kind of infiltrating professional life, personal life. We're seeing it everywhere. People are questioning it. Is it good? Is it bad? All these things are great. But I think from a leadership perspective, okay, we need to be careful and thoughtful and explicit in terms of the tools that we're using, why we're using them, and again, communicating that down to students. We're going to use this tool, we're using it in this way. And again, it could be things like teachers are going to use a particular AI tool for helping students to generate or critique writing styles, for example, all these types of things, which I'm sure you guys use a lot of in your classrooms already. So these are a few kind of ideas about, okay, how can leadership start to support us? Let's think about how that might look like in terms of, okay, well, what are the next steps? What are the practical ways that we can set realistic goals and kind of action plans? How do we take those ideas and build them into what we're already doing? And I mentioned a couple in passing already. I think the first one would probably be to think of the framework itself, the Universal Design for Learning framework. So again, I mentioned you cannot do everything all in one go immediately. So this is going to be a process, right? So I think if it was me, I would, okay, let's pick one of these areas. Are we going to focus on goals, or are we going to focus on agency, within the classroom? And within which strand do we think we want to develop that particular goal? Yeah. So it could be, and again, I think that the leadership team with the teachers could develop this into a kind of action plan throughout the whole year. So, for example, in September, we are going to focus on goals. Yeah, it's the beginning of the school year, and we're going to focus on goals within the strand of engagement. Yeah. So let's reflect upon everything that we do currently in terms of what happens in September, the start of the school year, what goals we set, what goals students set, and then let's come up with, as a team, 1 or 2 ways that we can improve engagement of goal setting, or improve engagement through goal setting. Yeah. And each month we could focus on a different thing. And again, you could put teachers into those teams, and each team could be responsible for 1 month. Okay, so I'm in one team, and my team gets November. And in November, we're focusing on agency and representation. And we come up with some ideas. Yeah, so what you're doing is you're kind of spreading the responsibility across the entire team. I'm, as an individual teacher in my classroom, not trying to solve all of this. I'm working with a couple of other teachers to identify and come up with ideas within one particular strand. So that's kind of being spread out. So this is one thing I think that leadership teams can definitely help teachers with. And again, lots of different ideas then across lots of different strands that everybody can start to experiment with and feedback on. Yes, I've been focusing on agency and ownership within representation in November. This is how it's been going in my classroom. This is my feedback. Somebody else will give their feedback, and we'll reflect on that and think about how that might be repeated next year in May, for example. Hopefully that made sense. So a few other ideas within that. So I think I've probably just been kind of mentioning this, I guess, is this idea of micro PD cycles. So this idea that the implementation of universal design shouldn't be overwhelming. Yeah. I think leadership's job is to make this doable, for teachers. Emphasis not on teachers learning about it themselves, developing it themselves, coming up with ideas just by themselves, and kind of being out of sync with the rest of the teaching team. No, it should be everybody working together. And I think micro PD cycles are really good at this, because they're short. You just have to pick perhaps one UDL element. You just try and change one small thing. You do a reflection, and you feed that back to the team, and everybody discusses that. So I think these micro PD cycles, they're small, they're repeatable, they're sustainable, they're kind of easy for teachers to be able to enact in their classrooms. And they're guided. They're guided by the leadership team itself. I've added this, and again, I can put a link, but you can find this on the macmillanenglish.com website. If you put macmillanenglish.com/UDL, you can find this as a downloadable. And it's one of these things. You might have done these when you were school. PD stands for professional development. So this is everything that teachers do in terms of their own professional development. Sorry about that. You might have used one of these in school for fun with your friends. But if you're struggling, if you are trying to do this, maybe you've got a teacher peer. Lots of teachers do kind of peer coaching. If you're struggling to kind of pick and choose, you're like, oh, well, I kind of want to do representation, but I also want to do action and expression. And I'd like to focus on goals, but I'd also like to think about barriers. If you're getting a bit overwhelmed, this could help you, you kind of pick a number and then you, okay, fine. I've landed on, it's a bit small, but I've landed on relevance, and there's a little kind of prompt. So you can download this, you can kind of cut it out, make it up, and it might just give you some ideas. It's called a challenge catcher, and it just gives you prompts, to help you design more flexible lessons, I would say. So each week, you and your peer could pick one, use the thing, try it, reflect together. In your classroom, it worked in this way. In their classroom, it worked in this way. And again, that's professional development in action. It's you guys working together. It's not good or bad. It's just we're reflecting on it. We've come up with these ideas. This worked really well. In the future, I could try exactly the same thing and it completely fails. But I think these prompts are nice. And what we're thinking about here is small wins. We're identifying UDL goals, and we're just thinking about small wins. And I guess there's that thing about the kind of, you keep putting pennies into a jar. Eventually, you get a full jar. So it's light, it's doable, and it can be used for any part of your teaching. It could be done for curriculum, syllabus, assessment, whatever you want. In terms of going back to kind of the leadership team, I think an important part, if we are going to map UDL activities, even with these kind of small micro PD cycles, if we're going to develop them across a school year, is I think we do need to embed it into existing structures, not change too much too soon. School is already a pretty complex place. So keep it simple, think about what's really working well and build on that rather than kind of try to redesign everything all in one go. And then use kind of data-driven coaching. So we've already mentioned some activities that work really well for coaching, helping teachers to connect either as peers or in small groups, kind of coaching teams, but then using data. How are teachers kind of collecting data? And it doesn't have to be formal data. It can be informal data. It can be, anecdotes. It can be narrative. There are lots of ways of collecting data, but thinking about how teachers talk about that and how teachers reflect upon that, thinking about patterns that they notice. For example, let's think about student engagement. We talk about learner variability, we talk about engagement, we talk about learning preferences and styles. But if we think about the 4 skills that we teach, is engagement of each skill equal for students? Do they engage with speaking tasks in the same way that they engage with reading tasks or listening tasks? And if there are differences in that, What are the patterns? What kinds of things come out of that? So how do teachers collect that data? How do they discuss that data? And how do leadership use that framework to help guide them? Okay, so engagement levels for writing. I'm based in the Middle East and North Africa. Writing always comes up. Engagement for writing is always very low. Okay, fine. Let's have that as a particular focus. Let's think about engagement. Let's think about how they're actually expressing themselves. We'll think about the action and expression. Are they always just being asked to write an essay or a particular piece of writing? Is it always the same structure? Okay, how can we do this differently? How can we think about this from how the students access the content that I've given them, building up to that piece of writing, the earlier parts of the course, the unit, and what is the writing task and how can we adapt that? And how can I include students in a conversation on that? Yeah. And again, for me as a teacher, I don't want to mark 30 identical pieces of writing. I want them to be able to express it in a way that makes most sense to them, but also evidence their learning at the same time. And I think having discussions as a teaching team are good, but having a discussion with all the other stakeholders as well is an important part of that. So this is a little bit around kind of some of the things that leaders can do to help teachers and teaching teams identify goals and start moving UDL forward within the school at a kind of leadership level. I've done a lot of talking, so I'm going to take a second and have a little drink of water, and I'm going to pass this question back to you. So currently, thinking about your teaching context, what is the biggest barrier that teachers face when implementing or could face if trying to implement UDL? And what could lead it? And then, of course, we're thinking about leadership. So what could leadership do to remove that barrier? Providing resources. So to remove it, they could provide more resources, which if anyone's been in a leadership position is always difficult because there's probably funding required for that. Let's give you a minute and see time. Yeah, I mean, time is just, yeah. So maybe breaking down traditional mindsets could be one barrier. And leadership might also have that kind of mindset. Time, ideas, the kind of curriculum that they're using. Yeah. And again, we were talking about that flow of things moving within the hierarchies, moving up and down. School leadership is also heavily connected to, somebody mentioned before, whether you're working in government schools or how connected that private school is to regulations. Yep, this idea of demanding standardized testing. So a great example for that, I work a lot in Jordan, and there's a lot of enthusiasm for, more autonomous learning, for trying things out. But schools, even kind of, semi-international schools, are very restricted in terms of what they're trying to get students to do at the end of the school year, which is the national exams, which really influence what happens within a school from one degree to another. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, stuff around vision. Yeah, it's time consuming. Yeah. So again, so if we're thinking about the barriers, time is definitely going to be a big one. So if I want to be more flexible in the classroom, the emphasis is usually on the teacher to create more stuff. Yeah. And obviously leadership can help with that barrier. Okay, how can we work together to preempt what things are going to be needed in the future so that I can put things in place to help you to be as flexible as possible. And again, a big part of that could be helping teachers. The very first step could be helping teachers to include students in that co-creation in the first place. Yeah, so the emphasis is not on the teacher, the emphasis is on students to really feed into that and come up with ideas and generate stuff. There's no reason why students can't generate their own content based on the content that we have. But yeah, some great ideas, really nice stuff there. Okay, and in the last part, the last kind of 5 minutes, thinking about scaling this up. So we've been thinking about the leadership team and within the context of a teaching team and how that feeds down into the classroom. But I'm going to think about scaling this up, thinking about kind of this as a sustainable practice. I think some of the activities that we've already mentioned in terms of micro PD cycles, having that framework mapped across the year and everybody having perhaps roles and responsibilities, taking certain parts forward. Okay, you're going to be a kind of UDL lead. You could be a kind of AI in terms of action and expression lead. Well, these types of things are good in themselves. They help to make that system sustainable. But there are a few other ideas I think I came up with as well. So you can take these into consideration, or you can come up with your own ideas. All of this is a starting point, I think, for you to kind of reflect on this, hopefully, and then kind of discuss this within your own particular teaching context, because you're going to be from a wide variety of places across the world. I know. So the first one, systems and structures that sustain teacher autonomy, and I just mentioned this, distributing and kind of watering down that kind of power hierarchy, giving people roles and responsibilities, but in a way that makes sense to them and is understanding, not forced upon people. You're going to do this and you're going to do that, and I'm going to give you more work to do. And that's not what we're looking for. We're trying to use those leadership attributes that we kind of mentioned at the beginning. So having people buy into that, I would like to be a UDL lead and think about how that framework is mapped across my school and benefits everybody, not just me. People can feed into that as part of their own professional development as well. And again, you could have teacher-led professional development in-house conferences or little micro summits to help people feedback. People need to be able to share the positives. They need to be able to share their stories. They need to be able to share the things that they're doing. They need to be able to share those small wins so that other people can be inspired by them. And again, you're working as a big team in that way. Because I'm conscious of time. The second one is definitely stakeholder alignment. So thinking about agency and then thinking about a particular stakeholder, I've put on the screen students, thinking about, okay, how do they experience agency now? How do they contribute to that agency now? That goes back to that question I asked at the very beginning. How much agency do you feel you have? How much agency do you feel like your students currently have? Well, how do they contribute to that? And then brainstorming. This is just a big brainstorming activity. How can leadership support that? How can the teaching team support that? How can universal design for learning support that? You can kind of start branching out and you can start developing questions as in your groups or in your teaching team. And then I would change this. So on the next slide, I could have changed students to parents, for example. So how do parents experience it? And again, this is a kind of data collection tool. You can start to see where the gaps are. If you don't know the answer, absolutely fine. I'm not sure how parents contribute to agency in our school at the moment. Okay, that might be a good place to start. How do we start finding out? Maybe it could be surveys with parents. Maybe we can develop a question set that we ask on parent-teacher night. These types of things. Again, they're starting to identify where your barriers are in your context so that you can start to pre-plan for them. And then, okay, well, how can that support? What activities can they come up with? And these types of things. You could do it for students, you could do it for parents, you could do it for the receptionist, you could do it for the cleaner in the school, anybody you want. Think about all the different stakeholders and how they all fit together to make education happen where it is that you work. So students, teachers, parents, leadership, support staff, ed tech staff, whoever it is. How do they contribute? What can we do to improve their agency and autonomy moving forward? And the last one is this idea of equity. So we mentioned trauma at the beginning, and somebody mentioned inclusivity. And I think it needs to be made explicit. So UDL, if you're just working on it as a teacher in your classroom, it's not that explicit. Even if you're working on it as a kind of professional development goal across the teaching team, still might not be explicit to students. It still might not be explicit to parents. So keep questioning, how can we continuously make this more explicit? Because the more explicit it is, the more you can develop this idea of an equity-based learning environment, which again, we mentioned is the kind of the center point of what's happening within this particular conference, I think. So to conclude, your students, wherever you are, whatever you're teaching context, you're trying to move them from point A to point B. Traditional learning cycles, I mean, I've taught course books and units all across the world. They're quite cyclical. You teach the vocabulary, the grammar, we do the skills, we do a productive task. But actually, okay, let's think about these points as well. Are goals shared? Are they co-created with students? Do they understand what they're working towards? Do they play a part in that? Am I predicting barriers? Am I planning for them? Am I scaffolding everything that I'm doing with students? That comes into this idea of differentiation. Oh, a poll has just jumped in the way. Let's delete that. Is there as much co-creation as possible? Am I involving students? Am I involving parents in everything that I'm doing? And are we sharing and celebrating with students? Am I sharing and celebrating with the teaching team? Is leadership kind of owning that framework and owning that process and guiding that process so that everybody feels included, everybody feels empowered, students feel seen, all of this kind of stuff. So yes, small design choices equal big differences in learner success. Trying little tiny things will be a benefit of students. It might not benefit the student that you intended it for. It might benefit somebody else, but that's still a benefit. So it's kind of worth thinking about those things. And we're going to finish with, a quote. So I used this in a previous presentation, and it was for specifically for teachers of young learners. And I said, children don't need perfect English lessons. We feel like as teachers, we need to create perfect English lessons, but they don't need that. They need joyful, authentic context to use English as a bridge, to share ideas, solve problems, and grow together. And actually, I think that relates to students, whether they're teenagers or young adults as well. And once we start getting in this idea, once we start bringing this framework in, we can really start to think about all of those things that give English more meaning for students. So we're not just teaching vocabulary and grammar and practicing skills. No, we're learning through songs. We're learning through stories. We're doing projects that are meaningful for students, that they can take outside of the classroom and use those ideas in the real world. Yeah, that it's task-based. When we think about the environment that they learn in, everything is not just a repetition, not sitting in the same classroom for the same time, doing the same things week in, week out. No, we are sharing ideas. We're growing together. And this, again, I changed this from children because there's no reason why older students cannot learn from songs. We think about songs within a kind of very young learner context. Yeah, they need the songs for that vocabulary. That's what helps the vocabulary make meaning for them, and the repetition. But that's true for adults as well, I think. So if you'd like to know more about Universal Design for Learning, my final slide is that Macmillan's Global Teachers Festival, a massive online professional development activity, is happening. It starts on Monday. It'll cross over with this a little bit, so you might need to watch some recordings and pick and choose which sessions you choose to come to. But it's happening. It's on for 2 weeks. I will be part of one of the sessions next Wednesday. I'm doing a few of the hostings as well. Please do come along. If you scan the QR code, you can register, or you can go to macmillanenglish.com and you can register. It's a single registration now. You just pick which sessions are most interesting to you, and you can, come along and join, get involved as you have been here. Join on the chat box. The more you contribute, the more you share your ideas, the more you'll take those things back to your teaching context. And all of those things are designed to feed, hopefully, down to students and give them better learning opportunities and experiences. That's it from me. Thank you for spending this hour for 55 minutes with me. And hopefully, I've not just been talking to myself for 55 minutes. I can't be, because I've seen people in the chat box, but...
No, Nate. Chat was absolutely active. There were lots of questions, and I think lots of food for thought, I would say. And on behalf of what Nathan said, we also kindly invite you to Global Teachers Festival. I believe that this is like a huge chain of development for each and every one of us. So let's support each other. So feel free just to scan QR code, and I am sure you will find lots of intriguing sessions. And I have one question, Nathan, for you that I a grasp from the audience. This is a complex territory when it comes to UDL design. So I thought maybe this question is a kind of ask for reframing or maybe emphasizing one more time. So I will reframe a bit the question that was put in Q&A. In the first slide, we explored the design thinking process. And in the second, we learned about UDL and flexible curricula. Yep. So how can the emphasize stage help us understand learners' needs and choose the most helpful curriculum adaptations for a diverse group of students? That's the question.
A very complex question.
Very complex.
Yeah, let's repeat. So was it the emphasized stage?
Yeah, how can the emphasize stage help us understand learners' needs, choose the most helpful curriculum adaptations for a diverse group of students? The question.
I mean, I think that the answer to that question is very much context driven, right? I'm not going to have the answer to that question. The answer to that question is going to be a teacher or teaching team sitting down together and identifying where they think the greatest wins would come first. Yeah, so there's an element, I probably didn't mention that, there's an element of prioritization here because there are so many things that you can do with Universal Design for Learning, with that framework. There are so many pathways that you could follow. Yeah, you could be focusing on, like I said, goals and engagement, or you could be focusing on barriers and representation. I think that team needs to sit down and say, where are we now? How do we build on the stuff that's important to us currently? And what small steps could we take? What small goals could we build on top of that within that particular strand? So it's a really difficult question to answer because it really depends on what it is they're trying to achieve, where they think the biggest wins from the smallest amount of effort would come from, I think.
So you are suggesting that maybe the best approach here is just to focus on the end goal and then go backwards and try to redesign what can lead us there.
Yeah. Start there. And then while you're doing that, feed all of those stakeholder perspectives into that. So design ways to elicit from those stakeholders how they would also interpret that process. So if I'm mentioning the goals and the engagement, we feel like as teachers that we should sit in the teachers' resource room and come up with ideas. Yeah. Okay. How can we improve engagement in the classroom? Yeah. In terms of setting goals. Yeah. What am I going to do to help my students set goals? And we eliminate, or what's the right word? We exclude the people who are trying to benefit from that process. Yeah. And this is a big thing. If you think about, I'm trying to think way back to when I was studying, you do the things like the Declaration for Children, right? And they said, they developed all of these goals, and no one ever asked a child, what goals would you set? So including them in that process is a really important task. Yes, sit down with the teaching team and come up with those ideas to start with, but then run them through students. Okay, we want to create more engaging classrooms. We've come up with some ideas. Okay, tell us what you think. Yeah, would you change them? Do you think any of them are a good idea? How would you adapt them? Okay, and then in the parent-teachers conference, run those goals by parents as well. Okay, and this is what we've come up with. We're going to try these things over the next few months. We've asked students, they've changed some of them according to what they think is interesting or more engaging, how they're going to, engage with the units that we're teaching. What do you think? What would most benefit you in terms of how you would connect that with home? I'm trying to achieve these particular language goals. What are you doing at home to reinforce them? How can I help you to create the engagement before they get to the classroom? So you're bringing all of those stakeholders together and you're including them all in that process, I think. So maybe that's the...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, so I would wrap it up that it all goes down to being mindful listener and having the mindset of communication and collaboration. Without that, we aren't able just to find a common ground here. Right. Thank you so much, Nathan, for being again with us. And this word again is like, yay, this is such a great thing that you are again with us. So thank you one more time. It was a pleasure. By the quick look and a quick check on the chat, I saw that many people had a huge benefit from your session. So thank you on behalf of our attendees as well.
And thank you to both of you for inviting me again. It's always a pleasure. I hope that some of those ideas resonate with the people in the chat box. Hopefully they go away and think about some of these things, gives them food for thought. That's what this is about. If small things stick and it helps somebody somewhere in the world, then we're on the right path.
Yeah.
I wish you both and the whole conference the best of luck for the next few days. I will be dipping in and out absolutely to see what you guys are up to. So hopefully I'll pop up in the chat boxes.
Thank you. And we keep fingers crossed for Global Teachers Festival in Macmillan.
Exactly.
So, yes.
Yeah, hopefully I'll see you all there next week. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Everybody.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. See you later. Okay, and we're back, everyone, again. And thanks, Nathan, for a wonderful talk. Thanks, everyone, for being active participants in the chat box. This is what gives life to conferences.
Yes.
Right, Blanca? Yeah, exactly.
That's why, we planned a little bit of break, but there's no time for that. We will try to do it maybe a little bit later on. But I think that as you are so actively engaged, let's just keep up this energy. And let me just quickly and briefly introduce our next wonderful speaker. So Rian Mustafa, hello. It's great to see you, and it's amazing pleasure that you are with us. Let me briefly tell about the background here. Rian Mustafa is a senior educator, leadership and executive coach with extensive experience in education, training, and leadership development. She supports leaders and educators in building trust, fostering ownership, and creating engaging learning cultures through coaching-led practice. Drawing on internationally recognized coaching frameworks and psychometric tools, including Hogan, DISC, MBT, and Lego Serious Play, her work bridges theory and practice to enable reflective, human-centered leadership and sustainable professional growth. Today, she's going to share everything what she can in the session called Leaders as Coaches in Education, Building Trust, Growth, and Ownership Through Coaching Conversation. So one more time, it is our pleasure, Rian Mustafa, to have you with us.
Hi, Blanca. Hi, Muhammad. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm so happy to be here. And I was really amazed that topics are related without planning that. So,
yeah, so when you are ready, please share the screen.
Sure. Oh, just a second. Can we share the poll for the screen, please?
Okay, so before Rehan starts the session, we would like to launch a quick poll for everyone. Please contribute to it. And it is ready now. So you have a simple question. How familiar are you with coaching in education? Very familiar. I use it regularly. Somewhat familiar. I know the basics. I've heard of it, but don't use it. Not familiar at all.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
What a quick responses we have. Like everybody is so engaged and focused. Great. Thank you so much. Good. I see like we have some attendees that are somewhat familiar. Okay.
The majority, are somewhat familiar. I know that they know the basics. Maybe. Okay, so they are equal here now. So some people have heard of it, but they don't know how to use it. That's the majority now. So the numbers keep changing. Yeah, exactly. That's right.
And not familiar at all. Great. Thank you for your honesty, because there is not such a thing like the area that we are all perfectly skilled at. So we all learn all the time. Great.
Okay, that sounds interesting. It sounds like you have to do some hard work. Yeah, because some of them have heard of it, but or the majority have heard of it, but they don't use it. So we also have some answers in the chat box. We have, yeah, my answer is somehow familiar. That's Ghenwaz, I guess. I hope that I pronounced the name correctly. Bit of idea. That's Hiba. That's good. Okay, Lazar. Familiar. Somewhat
Amazing.
familiar. Ilham. Russia. Familiar. Bit of idea. Sabahat. Yeah.
And
Somehow
eager to
familiar.
learn
Rania.
more about.
Eager to learn more.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's the word. That's a word. Yeah. So that is great. So Rihan, I think we're good to go now.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now,
Always a pleasure.
ready, everyone? Okay. First of all, thank you, Muhammad and Blanca, for the introduction and the support. This is our agenda today. We will touch upon briefly why coaching matters in education, what is leader as coach, and we will have simple coaching conversation, and we'll see how that is linked to culture. Ready to go? So I saw that some of you are very familiar with coaching. Some people said somewhat, some they'd like to know about that. So when you hear the word coaching or the phrase coaching in education, what comes to your mind first? Let's check the chat. Assistance, help, support. It's not mentoring. We will talk about that. Facilitating, reflection, guidance, leading. Okay. Order, training teachers. It's not about training. Lead and support, directing or guiding. Well, it's a little bit different. They complement each other, but different. Support, guidance, again, training, modeling, discussing, learning development, well-being. Part of it, but we will talk about it in a minute. Thank you for your answers. Now, let's move on. So in your answer said it's a mentor or trainer or coaching is different from that. It's not a trainer, somebody who teaches you a skill or somebody who mentors you, they have more experience than you. No, coaching is about conversations, and we will see how later. So if I ask you why coaching might be important in educational leadership. Somebody said coaching is an intersection with training and facilitation. Actually, they complement each other. We can't say that coaching replaces that. Intersection is an interesting word to say. It gives more agency and accountability. Excellent. Listening without judging. Absolutely. Reflection. A big part of coaching is reflection, yes. We will. Zahwan, I think. We will. Shortly. New answers. To get rid of stuttering and stammering, hesitation, into active communications. Yes, coaching is based on conversations, although we have multiple of tools that can support and aid coaching. Educators wish to be heard without being judged in a safe environment. Self-directed action can be based on how it goes. To face different people. Excellent. So when we talk about having coaching as part of the educational leadership in the educational institutions, it is because education is changing actually very, very fast. Complexity is increasing in all the situations, especially with the advancement of technology, the use of AI, and the ownership here where ownership matters. When somebody coaches you, okay, as somebody said in the chat, you are accountable for your actions. It's not like somebody telling you, do this and that because they think that's the right thing. You think that's the right thing, so you do it when you are coached. Engagement can be forced. This is another reason. Can I force people to be engaged with any task if they don't like it? But if you coach them and it starts to be meaningful to them, that will make a big difference. And we will see how in a minute. Okay, let's start with that simple exercise. Okay. I don't know where are you in leadership and education, but no matter where are you, okay, please select a photo that represents you best and tell us in the chat, why did you choose number 1, 2, 3, or 4? Number 1 is a locked door. Number 2, somebody found the key to that door. The door in number 3 is a little bit open. And number 4, it's wide open. Okay, I see some answers in the chat. Excellent. Can you tell us the reason? So for number 4, Hendra said open-minded. Thank you. 4, open and enlightened. Excellent. Vina opens doors of your own thinking. Diana, unlock potential and opportunity. Lazhar, I'm not following which door you chose because the door is kept open. Okay, maybe 4. George for open 4 because open more ideas. Lots of potentials. Number 4, Jihad. And I see all the numbers. Most of them 3 and 4. Do we have 1 or 2? Okay, so Muna, flexibility. Number 4, flexibility, ability to negotiate, and openness to discussion. Evelyn said, have impacted my school, but need to take the next step. Rawan 2, because I have the key, so I can deal fastly. Okay. Bright future. Okay, let's have Khulud facilitates 3 as 1. Always tries to reach 4. Excellent. 2, helping open the doors of knowledge. Light is the light. Light is like, oh, all right, towards 4. Excellent. I see also some people are moving. Initiatives to open the door. Excellent. So when I asked you why, I saw that most of the answers you were explaining, reflecting in your situation. I'm here, I want to be there because it was blah, blah, blah. But what is that? What did you do? What did the images invite you to do? To reflect, express myself, curiosity. Excellent. I see more answers. Just open the gates and everything will come automatically. Reflect. Discovery. Suspense. See where I stand. Fully lit and expanded. To be creative. Reflect and think critically. Think and reflect. A leader. Okay. See future self. A leader is supposed to hold the key for changing ideas and progressing. Go deeper. Got me thinking and going over past experiences. That's deep, huh? Comparing to choose what I'm actually. To share and be diverse. First step of the ladder. Motivational images to encourage us to try and develop oneself. Interpret, self-reflection, have preference. Excellent. I see more answers coming. Choose. All right. Thank you very much for your answers. And I'd like to tell you that this is part of coaching. is to ask people questions and have them reflect. Using the images was only one way to do that. I also see more answers like self-awareness and cultural awareness. Excellent. So one way coaching can support leaders and their teams is through reflection and meaningful conversations. So what is coaching? That's the question that you asked me in the chat earlier. And I answer saying it's a conversation. It's not telling people things, asking them. So we are creating space for them to think, as you said in the chat also, think, reflect, choose what they want, and be accountable of that, which is ownership. And when we coach people, we have to put things in mind. Somebody said, I have been coaching without knowing. Excellent. So we have to keep in mind that no advice, okay, no judgment, no leading. I don't tell people things to make them go that direction. So coaching is definitely not managing, fixing, or telling people what to do. That's why I told you earlier, no, it's not mentoring. No, it's not training. And earlier in one of the sessions, I think Nathan talked about the difference between a manager and a leader. Part of being a leader, by the way, one competency is being a coach or coaching. So what is leader as coach? Leader as coach is somebody who use coaching as a style. It doesn't mean you are a coach or you have formal training. It's about adapting the style. Somebody said in the chat, oh, I have been coaching without knowing. Exactly. But you do it in an intentional way because we want to get results. We want to impact others. Sometimes we do also, when you are leader as coach, it doesn't mean only you coach people. Also, what do? Self-coaching. We ask ourselves questions and answer those. So Amira said it's what you're doing right now. Exactly. Lazher, flexibility, I already do that. Excellent. And I noticed you said a bit earlier that some of you are very familiar with coaching. So what does the leader as coach do? They shift from having answers, okay, giving solutions to others and controlling outcomes. Okay, they empower others because your team, other people, they know more about themselves. So they can take the right decisions. This is what coaching about. I believe that people have the potential. People can do it. So coaching again helps them to have that safe space for thinking. When I'm using coaching, I have to listen carefully, listen to what is said, what is not said, and to be genuine with others, to be myself. Also, as we said earlier, we don't judge, we don't lead people, and we ask them what do they want to do and how we can support them. Yes, excellent, Lazar. Yes, exactly. Galia, if I'm saying your name correctly. So we give them the opportunity, yes, to share their ideas. And we are leader as coaches. We are good listeners. Thank you, Rawan and Lazar. Okay, now let's move on to the example. Let's say you are a leader, okay, and one of your team members brings a problem expecting an answer from you. If you are practicing being leader as coach, you will not give any advice. You will ask questions instead. Something like, what have you tried so far? What's your biggest problem? What support do you need? What options do you see? Could be any question related to the situation. And before that, speaking about listening actively, also there is something very important. If you are adapting the coaching style, you have to have that safe environment. You have to have trust. It's the basic of coaching. You can't coach people, ask them questions, expect them to be honest with you if there is no trust. They will keep nodding their heads. Yes, yes, nothing is wrong. We are okay, right? Okay. Help them brainstorm, help them take actions, make decisions, yes, but without telling them what they have to do. Excellent. Pushing them to discover their full potential and how to thrive in the world. Listening and support, 100%. Yes, while you are talking to people, you are listening actively. Of course, you are observing. Okay? And when you listen, you hear words. As I said, what is said and what is not said. Based on that, you ask questions related to their situation. What is the best for them? Without leading them or telling them do this or don't do that or even hinting. Diana, exactly, yes. And Hendra, let them explore their mind. Yes, we believe everyone has potential. Let's maximize and use these potentials. Empower them, make them think, make them accountable. And let's say like you are a teacher in a classroom and you empower students to have the role of a teacher for a short task. What do you notice? Anybody tried this before? I usually try this in my classes, okay, depending on the level. And what I noticed, somebody said, yes, excellent. So what did you notice, if you can share? Of course, activating critical thinking, higher order thinking. I'm giving the torch, exactly. They copy the teacher, and what happens? Motivation. Does it increase among their friends? Do you feel that they are interacting even better with each other? We only did something simple. We supported somebody to take our role for a very short time. Imagine we are having a coaching conversation, let's say with students, with our colleagues. If you are a leader with your teams, okay, of course, when we can. There are some situations we can't use coaching conversations, like when we have a crisis at work, we have deadlines. So we should choose the right time to coach people. So what I'm trying to say is coaching is one competency of leadership, but it's not everything. As I said at the beginning, they complement each other. So coaching complements other competencies in leadership and the leader. Somebody said they feel more confident in participating and gradually give up on their fear of being wrong. Excellent. Exactly. Now, ready to try it yourself? Naomi is asking an interesting question about what do you think about coaching more than 100 students? Well, there is group coaching and team coaching. You can ask question, okay? Give them time, have them reflect. then you have the answers. So we can coach people using group coaching if it is a big number, but you have to have some help, some support, because in coaching, if you have more than 15 people, you need a coach. So if we are talking about students here, somebody is asking about mentoring and coaching. Mentoring, it means like if somebody has more experience than you in teaching, in leadership, whatever, you can go to them to ask them questions and you will have answers because they have more experience. They have already done that and they can help you through something. But coaching, no. You ask questions, you don't advise people, you see how can they implement that, what they can do about it, because they know better about themselves, about their potentials, about their strength. Again, in that chat, you said to explore someone's strength. Sometimes they also explore areas they want to work on or to make it even better. So, all right. Thank you for your questions. And now let's move on to leadership challenge that usually occurs in your educational context. Could be anything. Okay? Take a moment, think of it, and I want you to think, how can you coach a group of people or your team or whatever the situation is? And instead of telling them what to do, ask them some coaching questions. Okay? Please feel free to share with us in the chat or keep it to yourself. I'll give you 2 minutes and I will keep an eye on the chat. Well, is it Abdul Wahid? I hope I pronounced your name correctly. No, coaching is not training because here I'm not teaching somebody or training them to practice something or to master a skill. I'm asking them what they want to do about something. How can they approach this? Using their potentials, the opportunities, the options they have within the resources. Also, how to overcome obstacles. Thank you. Mirala, giving ideas to make positive changes. Yes, asking them to have these ideas. Exactly, thank you. Okay, what's your answer about the 2 coaching questions? So first, you have to tell us what the situation is, and then 2 coaching questions. Let me go back actually to the previous slide to inspire you. Questions can be like these or whatever you like. Exactly, Ilham. What's the best way to do that? What's your biggest problem? And then you ask more questions about that. Of course, it depends who you are talking to. Is it a teenager? Is it a team member? Colleague? What's the situation? The topic? Exactly. Vina, we can use it, yes, in teaching, and I've done that a lot since 2013. So we can. Okay. What options do you have? Then you have to ask them, for example, we don't lead anyone, so we can ask them, which one would you like to start with? Which one would you like to talk about? What options do you see? Excellent. All right, so some people they use yes no questions. In coaching, we use open-ended questions to create that space for people to think, reflect, talk. New ways to engage students. You can ask any question. It depends on the situation. Okay? So you ask about the situation, then you ask them for clarification, ask them about options, and if you are the leader, what support do you need? And ask more clarification questions. Yeah, could be asking our colleagues about ways to engage students. Excellent. Saria, yes, we ask about solutions, we ask about, could be related. You talk to a person, a team member, even students, and then you discover that whatever they are talking about is linked to fear. And here don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about therapy, or coaching is not therapy. So you can ask them more questions to discover what is it about. And maybe they have to overcome a kind of fear to move on or to complete a task, but not in a therapy situation. In that case, we have to refer them to a specialist. For Inji, I like that question about you are applying to Aya. So for AI, you as a teacher, you are a leader in your classroom. Here you can ask them questions. Let's say the first week of the semester, ask them about ways to use AI. How can they use AI to brainstorm, to support them instead of doing the job for them? Have that conversation with them. When it's meaningful, they start to change their behavior. To be honest, I take some time. Let's say the first week, nowadays, I talk about AI. We start with the questions about benefits, about the negatives. Then, how can we invest using AI in our classroom to help them, to support them? So the questions can be anything. Excellent, Judy. Yes. In coaching, if somebody tells you something, you have to understand what they are talking about, because any concept, it's different from one person to another. So Judy's question is excellent. Engagement, how does it look like to you? Can ask yes about prompts, about anything. Yes, how can you ask AI or prompt AI to blah, 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 whatever the question is? Also, excellent, Oliver. Yes, you tell them. Also in coaching, the coaching style, okay? You are observing, you are noticing thing without judging. You can share that observation with them and ask a powerful question about it. The only thing that we avoid the why questions with coaching. Because usually when we ask why, people take that defensive attitude. That's the only reason. And I agree with you, Oliver. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hendra is talking about clear model. There are lots of coaching models out there. But again, here, when I say leader as coach, I'm not talking about a coach who completed their training. I'm talking about person, a leader who adapts the coaching style in their practice. Okay. I hope I didn't miss any comments. What does support look like to you? Excellent. All right. I don't want to miss anyone. Okay, Naomi, I didn't see your comment. Would you like to type it again? Thank you. No, sorry for that. I didn't see it earlier. No, I answered that. You can use group coaching. Ask all of them at the same time. But here you have to have common goal. All of them, they want the same thing. You can adapt the coaching style and ask them. But if it is more than 15 people, you need support. Even in coaching, like if we have more than 15 people in the group, we need a co-coach. Maybe you missed that. No problem. Okay, now let's move on. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, your questions. Now, my next question is, imagine you are using the coaching or adapting the coaching style as a leader in your situation. What might shift for you? Could be you use it for 1 week, 1 month, term, semester. Feel free to keep for yourself or to share in the chat. Thank you very much. Well, amazing, Hendra. And tell us what happens after. I think we use coaching without knowing, as somebody said earlier in the chat. The only difference, we want you to use it intentionally. People would open more, I would have more insights, and there could be more trust. Excellent. Exactly, Vina. Thank you very much. Any other answers? Okay. Eunice, I'm working on an LMS when the teacher will be work as you mean a coach or coachee? Because I see the E. And leader when he use AI to create a special remap for each student based on the preview results to adapt the differentiation and adaptive learning based on work, LBC, Journal, and also REASIC. Excellent. Wishing you all the best, Eunice. Thank you for sharing. Yes, exactly, Ibrahim. Leadership is not a title. Of course. Rawan said the education process will be suitable for individual differences. Absolutely. Hendra said because the method needs to be written, the action plan, write it every step from starting the class until the end of the class, and always ending with review and reflection. And that would be amazing. Thank you for sharing. NG might find the way that I'm teaching them not enough to deliver what I want to illustrate in the easy way. So I have to shift to another strategy, much more different. You can shift to another strategy or integrate and see what happens. I highly recommend that you integrate any new method or idea gradually. Start small, then go for a bigger impact. Yes, excellent, Naomi. And you can use coaching at any level of that educational context. George, I think will enforce communication and trust. Exactly. Thank you. Yes. All right. And we are almost there. So as you said in the chat, when coaching becomes consistent, we have deep trust, people are more accountable, we develop our skill and their skills, capabilities, and the culture shifts. And that's why we start from leadership in any conversation. Okay. If I ask you about what's your takeaway from the session, or one thing you'd like to leave with, what would that be? Samuel, yes. And a better medium, thank you. Awareness and coaching. Okay. I can do it. Excellent. Love that. A better me as a trainer and a coach. Excellent. Coaching is transformative when intentionally practiced. Excellent. I love the answers. Thank you very much. Collaboration, Asra. Sorry, I missed that. Yes, of course. Huma, I think. Yes. You can observe and see what do they need now. Do they need mentoring? Do they need coaching? As I said earlier, they complement each other, of course. Okay. Be intentional and start today. Excellent, Camby. Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to end the session with leadership culture doesn't begin with programs or policy. It begins how we speak, how we listen to others, how we create a safe space or environment for others to think, reflect. Blanca, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm still here, Rian. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very
Hello
much.
back. I would say hello back when it comes to seeing you because I was listening carefully to your wonderful presentation at the same time observing what was happening on the chat. So I just wanted to say thank you, but I'm not saying officially goodbye to you because we have few questions. Dear attendees, it's absolutely impossible just to cover all of your questions because there are simply too many of them. However, you know the social media and any link to Rian, we've been publishing them, and you will also have the conference pack after the conference, so everything will be there. So feel free to contact her for further information. For now, Rian, I have one question that was kind of being repeated. That's why I decided to ask it.
Sure.
It goes like this. how do we transition from individual coaching sessions to creating a total culture of coaching within a school?
It starts from leadership. So when we talk about school or university, any educational institution, we start from leadership. If you have the buy-in, you start from there. And everybody can adapt the coaching style. It's about listening carefully, have that trust, and asking the right question. So we can start with ourselves. We can raise awareness. Like you can talk to others about this in the school. As I said, the most important thing, talk to management to raise awareness at a bigger level. It's not only about like students or our colleagues. And I have been part of such initiatives. That's why I'm telling you. In the past, when I started back 2013, I was working alone. And it wasn't effective like when I collaborated with management, other people in the higher management, and we started initiatives.
All right. So it goes down to communication and collaboration again.
Yes, exactly.
I said again, because this is what came up during Nathan's session, that again, it's about being open-minded and curious to see what's on the other side, what's another perspective.
Exactly.
That being said, if we think about this, for some reasons and for some places, it might be a kind of utopian vision, but I truly believe we can really get there. If coaching conversations become the dominant leadership practice in specific organization, from your perspective, what would need to change first? Systems, skills, mindsets? What should be at first?
I think mindsets, because like if you have that shift in the mindset, it comes from your inner self. So you are accountable. And you are doing this not because like I'm pleasing someone or because someone told me to do so. So when we shift the mindsets, we have more people having the same mindsets. We can create that culture of coaching that we need. And again, coaching is not replacing any other development ways like mentoring, training, teaching. No, but it's complementary. It can help us to maximize the impact, to explore the potentials of everyone, individually and as groups, as teams.
All right. Thank you so much. I have one another question. I think this is a kind of question that the answer might be our ready to use, because I get the impression that we are bombarded with tons of possibilities in terms of our development. And the abundance of information right now might be overwhelming. And very often we see our colleagues, friends that either got stuck or they simply do not know how to move on with their professional development. So from your coach perspective, what would be the most effective way / question to encourage the colleague to take ownership of their own professional development?
You can start by asking them simple questions. So what would you like to have? Then you can ask them, what is getting in the way? What are the options? You have to be realistic. Like, and then have them choose the best thing for them. So we have to explore. When we coach people, we ask them the right questions by exploring. What do they want? What getting in the way? What are the options? And what is the one action that can get them closer if they tell you like it's impossible at the moment, but at least they can do very tiny thing to start.
The baby steps approach.
Baby steps, exactly.
Thank you so much. As I said, there's no room for covering all of the questions. However, feel free just to Write them down, reflect. This is what we kindly ask you to do, reflect. And before we move on, before I hand it over to Mo, who is going to present our another guest, but before we get there, because we really take care of our well-being, we are going to invite you for a short break. This is the moment when feel free to stretch out your room, grab some tea, maybe coffee, maybe just forget, but only for a few minutes about EduCast International Conference, because we will be back in about a few minutes. So just forget about us only for a few minutes, because we do hope that everyone will stay with us until next Thursday. So we need to take care of ourselves and our back and our cognitive abilities. So Mo, I think I'm correct here. So let's have just a few minutes of a short break.
Yeah, that's right. We have 9-minute break so that everyone, gets enough rest. A short break for everyone. So everyone, don't go anywhere. Just stay here, and we will give back in 9 minutes.
Exactly.
With
On the
another
dot. We are
speaker.
precise. 9 minutes.
Exactly. That's right. So I'll leave you with a video until we get back. And we're back, everyone. Hello again, and welcome after a short break. I hope that you were some kind of far away from the screens, right, Blanca?
Yes, but well, this is what we ask all of our attendees for because we really need to keep an eye on our well-being here and keep our mind to grasp as many details as possible from each and every presentation.
Yeah, that's right. So, hello everyone again, and thank you for being part of the EduCast International Conferences. And yeah, we're back for 2 more sessions before we end the first day. And this first day is all about education. It's about the future of education leadership. And here we have, let's say, an expert in leadership and management. So everyone today, or now, we have Jim Benvie. I hope that I pronounced it correctly. So he is joining us from USA right now, and he always likes to talk about project management. He is a project management consultant. So Jim Benvie transforms historical wisdom and critical thinking techniques into powerful leadership tools for today's business professionals. With over 40 years managing multi-million-dollar projects across multiple continents, the History Project Management delivers thought-provoking presentations on historical events, structured skepticism for excellence, and the evolving nature of leadership. A recognized industry leader whose exceptional expertise earned him an L1 visa reserved for professionals with specialized skill. Throughout his career, he was specifically recruited for key leadership positions, including the Martin Dicker Tatco Service Manager Europe role. Based on his outstanding reputation, Jim served on the PMI Houston board for 6 years, maintained his PMP certification for over 20 years, and earned the Distinguished Toastmaster Award. Jim's presentations have earned enthusiastic praise from audiences at conferences nationwide. Should be on the History Channel. This was his favorite presentation of the day. Well, some people said you made me a history lover today. This was my favorite presentation of the day. So as a speaker, with TYAUVIN on Solutions, and dedicated PMI Houston volunteer for over 2 decades. Jim challenges conventional thinking by connecting historical insights with contemporary challenges. So everyone, let's give a warm welcome to our guest, Jim Benvie, and he's talking about why elite organizations institutionalize skepticism. So, welcome, Jim. And yeah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you see my screen?
Okay, that's great. Yeah, yes, we can see your screen.
Right.
Whenever you're ready to start, please do it.
Okay. So what I want to ask you first today is, have you ever worked with someone who was always asking questions? So, what if? What if we did this? Why are we doing this? What else could we do? Etc. And you think, what a pain that person is. Or maybe it's even you. Now, what I would like to share with you is an idea about being a deliberate disruptor, where you actually take that individual and make them one of your secret weapons, or turn yourself into the secret weapon. Now, cautionary note, this is not one of these 5 ways to be superb. This is something which you have to have a change of mindset, and some assembly is required. And with that in mind, I'm going to speak to you today about being a deliberate disruptor. Now, my wife pointed out to me that disrupt has a sort of negative connotation. And if we look at the left-hand picture, we can see what it means. It's sometimes about smashing, seriously disrupting or destroying. But what we're looking at here is using innovation in order to create change and advancement. So with that in mind, what I would like to ask you is, why are we deliberate disruptor? Why do we need a deliberate disruptor? And this is Machiavelli, the well-known author. Take a second to read that. And what we found if we look back, is that often companies have failed or totally failed or gone off the rails after a period of good fortune. They've done really well, and then all of a sudden they actually tank and fail. Also, another thing is that we can't necessarily correct our own homework. So this is why it's useful to have a deliberate disruptor. We can be a deliberate disruptor for ourselves, but we need to be aware that we suffer various blind spots. So it's good to be part of a team or to have a trusted deliberate disruptor. Another reason is that change is something which we come across all the time, everywhere we go. And change is risky, so we don't want to necessarily change. We resist it. But the problem is, it's much more risky if we don't change. And you may get on board with this, and you need to bear in mind, though, that you can go to the opposite extreme, and then you change for change's sake, and that's even more risky. So you want that Goldilocks principle right in the middle, where you manage your change, and it will be risky, but have the courage to move ahead. And a well-known American icon, Blockbuster, the video rental company, they failed totally because they did not listen to the deliberate disruptors. There were people within the company that were pressing for change, but they held out. Had they listened, had they acted, they would have bought Netflix and been a multi-billion-dollar company still. So I would like to give you some historical advice. And I'm going to recite to you a poem, and I will explain later why. So, I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and why and when, and how and where and who. I send them over land and sea. I send them east and west. But after they have worked for me, I give them all a rest. I let them rest from 9 till 5 because I am busy then, as well as breakfast, lunch and tea, for they are hungry men. But different folk have different views. I know a person small. She keeps 10 million serving men who get no rest at all. She sends them abroad on her own affairs from the second she opens her eyes. 1 million hows, 2 million wheres, and 7 million whys. Now you're probably all wondering, why is he quoting a 100-year-old poem to us? Well, the reason is that the advice Kipling gives us is just as valid today as it was 100 years ago when he wrote it. Because, like Kipling, we live in a VUCA world, a world full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And with that in mind, let's take a look at what we're going to speak about for the next 40 or so minutes. We're going to look at what is a deliberate disruptor. What skills do you require if you want to get you a deliberate disruptor, or you want to become a deliberate disruptor? What skills do you need to hold? Who are ideal candidates for the role? And very importantly, when to deliberately disrupt. There's no point in doing it all the time. When should you do it? When is it appropriate? Then we'll have a chance for some questions. And after the questions, I have a few slides. I have a call to action for you. So just remember, after we've done the questions, I've got a few closeout slides with your call to action. What is a deliberate disruptor? Well, a deliberate disruptor is somebody often called a devil's advocate. They play the devil's advocate. And some of you may be aware, some of you not. What is a devil's advocate, and what's the origins of it? Well, back in the 1580s, Pope Sixtus V decided that there were too many saints being appointed, and there wasn't enough control. So what he did was he appointed a role called promoter of the faith, and it became known as the devil's advocate. And they were part of the legal department of the Vatican, and their effort was in opposing, being the prosecutor in canonization cases. Their job was to come up with why somebody should not be canonized. And this has come into common knowledge or common usage now, and we use it for anything where people are contrarian or we take a contrarian position. Now, I'm calling this the deliberate disruptor, and it comes from the military technique of red teaming. And as you can see here, there are a number of handbooks written by the US Army, the British Army, the Australian And NATO calls it alternative analysis, and the US military now call it applied critical thinking. And they have a handbook. If you look online, you can find these different handbooks about red teaming. And the reason I don't call it red teaming is that when you do a search online for red teaming, now what you get is not some management analysis. You get cyber penetration or security penetration for organizations like TSA or airport security or atomic installations, security there. The red team's job is to try and penetrate these organizations, either your computer system, get bombs on planes or fake bombs, and get either nuclear material out or get something deadly in. So that is why I'm calling it the deliberate disruptor, because it's very confusing with the now Google searches. Assuming that we are going to proceed and we want to become a deliberate disruptor, or we want to recruit a deliberate disruptor, what skills are we going to look for? What are we expecting? What's the skill set we expect? And it's not just a simple, oh, check these boxes and you're a deliberate disruptor. You need to change your mindset. And one thing which is encouraged, and you've probably come across this with maybe some of the other speakers speaking about coaching or leadership, where you have a leadership journal or you have a gratitude journal. You can journal about many things, and if we had the time, we could look at some of them. But it's really important to journal. Think about how you're moving through life. Look at what issues you're facing. What are you learning? What can you bring together? So if you journal every day, this helps you. And the big thing about being a deliberate disruptor is be curious. Ask questions. The bigger the question you ask, the bigger the life you're likely to have. So be curious. And in order to be part of being curious is that you read widely. And so if you're a technical person, don't just read technical books. Read things maybe about new developments in medicine, new developments in marine biology or whatever. But read widely, because as we'll see later, this can be important, having a broad knowledge. And be creative. We tend to forget about this as we go. Same as questioning, we forget as we grow older. Being creative doesn't happen. If you get a bunch of kids and you ask them, are you creative? All the hands will go up, because they all believe they're creative. And if you ask a more mature adult audience, you'll get one or two hands. And what do I mean by creativity? I mean, if in order to be a deliberate disruptor, to think and question, is being creative allows you to bring all this knowledge you've read, the questions you've got answers for, and bring it together. So if you're interested in music maybe, or you're interested in painting or anything, or maybe doing blogs, doing videos, a YouTube video channel, maybe your way of creativity. But the fact that you are creative in general is something. Like I say, some assembly required. You should have a broad base and pick from different areas to learn. And finally, there's the kind of obvious one. There is think critically. And we often, I've done this last because this is the one we often think. We think we're rational beings, and we always rationalize things, but we don't. We're subject to so many biases, and there's so many other things happening there that although we think we're being critical thinkers, we often are not. And this is where you have these different aspects: reading widely, being creative, and asking lots of big, beautiful questions. And so that is what I would encourage you to do if you are interested in becoming a disruptor. And I believe firmly that you need to be in the modern world, which is changing rapidly. You need to be a deliberate disruptor. You need to understand various aspects. We'll look in a bit more detail. So curiosity. For me, curiosity is the big thing. You have to be curious. You won't be a deliberate disruptor unless you're curious. And sometimes that doesn't have its place. But in the main, if you think and you're curious, you will likely come up with novel solutions to problems that face your company, face your life. And take a second to read this. This is me, by the way, with my brother and sister. But this is from Richard Gerver's book on change and what happened to the sense of awe and wonder we possessed as children. Now that's something. Kipling speaks about that in his poem about the person small, 10 million serving men. So what we need to do is try and recover that. Remember what it was like. And one of the problems we have in our current society is that questioning, kids question, but around the age of 5, the questions or the volume of questions fall off a cliff. Now, I suspect this is because they go to school, and school funnels people down channels, and it's about learning specific stuff. Deliberate disrupting is about asking questions and thinking differently about things. And so we tend to, as we grow up, just the same as we start not playing, not being creative, we also stop asking questions quite so much. And we have blinders is the name they have for the thing on the horses. In the US, blinkers is what they use in the UK. But we tend to get these blinkers on, and it restricts our vision. Now, what I would also say is, if you're an individual deliberate disruptor, yeah, you were curious, you're asking the questions, you're doing the thing, and you may have this beautiful, like a beautiful beam of light. It's this beautiful focused idea, and that may be exactly what's needed, but sometimes you need a bit more diversity. And if you become part of a team, a diverse team, what you can do is, instead of just having this one beam, one idea, you get this wide rainbow effect. You have this diverse range of ideas and thoughts. And if you build your team well, where you create a team culture where questioning is encouraged, but actually understanding each other and accepting input from each other, it's really important to move you forward. And next, we look at critical thinking. Now, where do we where do we go with that? Well, one of the first things we need to do, Kipling speaks about, we've got to question things. We've got to utilize these 6 honest serving folk to ask the questions. And the first thing we need to do is question our own assumptions. And this is John Boyd, a 1950s fighter pilot and strategist and military strategist. Take a second to read. The problem we have often is that we have to, if we're running projects, we're running businesses, we have to make assumptions. We can't just sit and wait. We have to make assumptions. But the problem is, what we tend to do is we accept them forever as true, whereas what we should be doing is we should have an assumptions register, just like we have a risk register. And that is something, if you are any of your project managers, we should be doing as project managers. We should have an assumption register so we're aware what assumptions we started with, and we can, just like the risk register, we can go back and review it and look at it and say, is this assumption still valid? Or do we need to reconsider it? So very important there. And the thing to bear in mind is Richard Feynman was a Nobel physicist, Nobel awarded physicist. This was what he said in a 60s presentation. We need to bear that in mind. We are, someone's saying there, we all have confirmation bias. Yes, that is exactly right, and we'll look a little bit at that a bit later, Oliver. Thank you. But we need to bear that in mind. We have this thing, as Oliver said, we've got confirmation bias. We look at something and we fool ourselves into thinking because it confirms what we want. So take that as something we bear in mind. And ask why, how, what, where, when, and who. The 6 honest serving folk that Kipling tells us about. We need to utilize them. And he cautions us that from 9 to 5 we're too busy to do it. And this is one of our problems in our modern hurly-burly world. We tend to get caught up in the day-to-day stuff and we forget to utilize these serving folks. We don't ask questions, we just go with the flow. And we need to be intellectually independent. So not only do we ask the questions, but we send them far and wide, east and west, and we are not tied to some fixed idea. Clearly, this is something we have to balance, but too often we get caught up in biases, the confirmation biases mentioned, and we are unable to be intellectually independent. So this is something we need to work at and say, am I being influenced? Am I being intellectually independent? And challenge everything, including what is missing. I don't know if any of you are Sherlock Holmes fans, but in the book, The Silver Blaze, about a racehorse that's kidnapped and a trainer is found murdered. He's speaking to the inspector and he said, it all hinges on the curious thing about the dog in the night. And the inspector says, but the dog did nothing in the night. Sherlock Holmes says, that is exactly the curious incident. And because the dog did nothing in the night, that meant that the dog knew who had done it. I won't do a spoiler if you haven't read it, but he solves the case by what is missing. The fact the dog did not bark was the key. And to Oliver's point, we have cognitive biases. We need to mitigate them. We need to mitigate our cognitive biases. One way of doing this is if we have a deliberate disruptor team, or we have a coach, and we were speaking about coaching and mentoring earlier. So if we have someone we can speak to, because we may be blinded by our own cognitive biases, and despite training, often we still fail to realize that we are cognitive biases. I read an article on cognitive bias training, and one of the things that they speak about is the fact that if I'm on the thing, I go, well, that was very interesting, but you know, I think I'm okay. I know I'm not biased. I know how to handle this. But Jill, yeah, that explains her to a T. And that's the thing, we can see cognitive biases in others. So if we have that team and we have all these ideas, we can winnow them out. Or you have a mentor you can go to. And as Oliver mentions, confirmation bias is the most prevalent probably, in that when we're looking for something, we're researching something, we're asking questions, we often ask questions such that we seek information to confirm. That's why, being the devil's advocate, what we are saying is, what if? So you may take the position, we say, okay, we all think this is the way things are. But what if we assume that things are not that way? What if we make that assumption and we make the effort to prove it's not true? We may discover that what we believe is in fact true, but making the effort, playing devil's advocate, is important. The halo effect is another thing which we're often biased about, and you can do different techniques to mitigate this within teams. One of the problems is that if, say, I am the boss and we're in a meeting and we have some problem and I suggest a solution, and let's assume that solution is reasonable. It's a reasonably good solution. It may not be the best one, but it's, yeah. And Oliver's mentioning we're wired to take shortcuts. Exactly. That's one of the problems. That's why we make assumptions, etc. Our brains are wired to save energy in order to keep moving, move faster. And often these heuristics that we have built in are actually right a lot of the time. And this is one of the problems that, you know, it's the old thing, you see a garden hose in the grass, you think it's a snake and you jump back and you feel an absolute fool. But our ancestors jumping back from a potentially poisonous snake meant they passed their genes on. So it's something that's built into us. But the halo effect, to go on, is if I make a suggestion, often people say, as Oliver's saying, we kick back and say, okay, we'll go with that. Now that might not be the thing. So you can do various things where you make it possible for other people's opinions, and we don't get caught up in the halo effect. And groupthink, again, is another thing. Back to our early days, we were part of a tight-knit group, and it was really important to be part of that group. And it was important that we stuck together. And it was more than likely, if we stuck with the groupthink, we would survive and the group would survive. And even now, we have this compulsion for unity and coming together rather than sometimes challenging. And what we have to remember is that as long as we do this well, we do it respectfully, we can challenge each other and actually come up with something which is much better than the groupthink or the boss's opinion. Another thing, especially in projects or if we're doing things, is sunk cost bias. If we're doing a project and it's not going well, but we've poured effort and money into it, we have a tendency to say, oh, we can't stop. And anchoring bias, again, just like Oliver's been mentioning about various things, what we tend to do is get anchored on something, and it may have no relationship to the outcome that we are seeking. You know, we may just get a number, and they found that random people that are given a random number, a high number or a low number, affects how they make the decision, where they choose. If it's a high number that was spoken about, they will maybe tend to push things further than the other way. And obviously groupthink and status quo are somewhat similar. We want to keep things the same. We don't like to change because it's comfortable. So we need to challenge that. And one which, normalization of deviation, we're really bad about this. And that was the Challenger space disaster. They were subject to foam shedding, and it was common. Every launch, the booster rocket shed foam, and nothing happened. So they normalized that. They said, hey, there's no problem. It sheds foam. But on that one occasion, a lump of foam hit the leading edge of the wing, damaged it, and the shuttle and the crew were killed when the shuttle was destroyed on re-entry. So we need to be aware of, that's just the selection of them. So who are ideal candidates? Give me a second to take a drink. Ideal candidates. Not sure if we've touched on the idea of the hedgehog and the fox. Yes, I'm always saying only looking for proof of what supports what we already know. Thank you. So this is an ancient Greek story, and it's been incorporated into management and leadership thinking. And so the hedgehog is the subject matter expert. The hedgehog knows one big thing, and they focus on this one big thing. They're the subject matter. Jim Collins, in the book Good to Great, tells us that these companies became great because they were led by hedgehogs, people that focused on the one big thing. They focused on that. However, the fox knows many things. The fox is a generalist. The fox has that wide range of knowledge, and it can combine them. And David Epstein, in his book Range, advocates the opposite, that in this modern age, it's much better to be a fox and to actually know many things, not be a subject matter expert. And Tetlock, the one who did a number of tests on people making decisions, he found that subject matter experts often were no better than a group of broadly educated people in making decisions, say, predicting political outcomes, predicting, I guess, sports predictors, etc. So being a fox is really important. So being a generalist with a wide range of knowledge, I am advocating, is something that is important. That's not to say that being a hedgehog, it has been advantageous in the past, and it will be from time to time. But I would say in general, with things so rapidly changing and the fact that we're likely to have different careers as we go on, being a generalist with a wide range of knowledge will matter. Now, often they say historians or someone with a classical or a liberal arts education is often a good choice, because they may have subject matter knowledge as well, but they have that education and that mindset of historians and liberal scholars. Again, like the critical thinking, you need to be intellectually independent, and hopefully with this wide knowledge you can bring disparate things together and make the change. Plays well with others. This is really important, because one of the problems, the reason at the beginning I said this person that keeps putting their hand up and what if, sometimes they're socially awkward and people get pissed off with them. They don't like it. And so despite being right, they are ignored. So we need to have this play well with others. Now, it may be you have somebody on your team that does not play well with others, but comes up with brilliant ideas. And what you can do maybe as a team leader is manage it so that they don't alienate the management. But one of the things, we need to be brave and modest, as well as play well with others. Don't go telling everybody, you're a bunch of dummies. How do you not know this stuff? And that's guaranteed to make them ignore you. They are going to ignore you and they're going to marginalise you. But you do have to be brave as well and speak truth to power. So balance these. Brave and modest plays well with others. Me too now. And so we're looking for an insider, somebody that knows a bit about stuff, yet they're a maverick. They have a maverick mentality, and they're not a subject matter expert. Yeah, that's all of us again. So what we've looked at here then is we've looked at what I call the deliberate disruptor trio. We spoke about Kipling's daughter, which was in the poem, the child, the curiosity, the asking questions. But that can be, so if you go too far with that, it can get out of hand and it can be undisciplined and you just ramble all over. And so with the critical thinking, you need to cultivate your scientist mentality, where you get clarity and you get focus. And then the fox with the generalist knowledge and bringing everything together can be very creative. Now these all cross over. They're not completely diverse. If I put a Venn diagram in there, they would overlap. But if you cultivate your child, your scientist, and your fox, develop the three areas of skill, you will achieve wisdom. And wisdom is what we need, especially today, because knowledge used to be the much vaunted thing. We all want, people that were very knowledgeable were considered, we looked up to them. But now knowledge is available, just pure knowledge. Yeah, what's the population of Mumbai? What's the population of London, etc.? That's information at our fingertips. But dealing with wisdom is something different, is how you might develop London or Mumbai. What wisdom can you bring to bear? And moving on to our final point is when. When should we deliberately disrupt? And when there's key decisions. I mean, obviously you can be looking in your company and maybe make some suggestions for improvements, but often if you bring together a deliberate disruptor or red team, what you do is you do it for you've got a decision. You may have a merger and acquisition, you may be implementing new software, you may be implementing a new product. That's when you want to do this. Look at it seriously when you've got a key decision. Now, sometimes managements want to CYA and they run all these committees and deliberate disruptor or red teaming exercises to justify a decision they've already made. This is the wrong attitude. So if you're in the position to appoint a red team, if you've already made the decision and it's fixed, do not institute a deliberate disruptor or red team. Now the key thing is management has to be supportive. If there's no management buy-in, then you're wasting your time normally, because management will go off and do what they want and they won't take on board. That's unfortunate, and you may say, well, if we're a deliberate disruptor, what we do, and that may be that you decide you're going to develop your career somewhere else if you can't get a support. Or it may simply be that there are pressing matters and management says no. And only when there's time. Don't say, oh, we just do this, and oh, we've got this big problem come up, let's do a deliberate disruption exercise. No, because I'd mentioned this came from the military, and they have an expression, do not do it when the enemy is in the wire. This is, if you imagine the old World War I thing, they're in a trench and there's all the wire in front of you. If the enemy's already in the wire and attacking you, that is not the time to do one of these exercises or to go thinking. What you need to do is implement tactics and processes that will fix the immediate problem. It may be that once you've dealt with that, you say, I don't really want to do this again. How could we avoid this happening? And only key issues. Don't do it for every little thing, because then people will become, tired of it and whatnot. So key issues, utilize it. Okay. Yeah. And when you can get it right first time. This isn't something like, if any of you are familiar with Agile, where you get into things and you iterate and iterate. This isn't a thing where you iterate and do disrupt things that disrupt to death. You want to be able to come up with a solution, and you want to be able to be right sort of 90+% of the time on these. So don't accept a deliberate disrupting role if they're saying, well, we need an answer in an hour. And don't keep doing it until you get the answer you want. you want to come up with a serious answer, and that may not be what you want to hear, but hopefully if you've done it right, it will do it. And don't go back and cycle through. So that's us at 45 minutes, and I will put on my glasses and see if anyone has got any questions. Remember, I've got just a final call to action, so if we do 10 minutes or so, I just need a couple of minutes to close out. Blanca, how are you?
Yes, I'm doing very well, Jim. I had a absolutely great insight during your speech. As a huge fan of critical thinking, I found it thought-provoking. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. And I was also closely observing the chat, and we have few questions. We have time, so we would appreciate you covering and telling us more. The first one that kept my attention for some time is, how can institutionalized skepticism actually lead to more innovation in a school setting? That's the question that was.
Okay, well, I would suggest if you're looking to do that, now let me see. Can you see that? This book called Change by Richard Gerver, he's the one that said what happened to the sense of awe and wonder we had as children. And he speaks about how you handle change and how you are disruptive. And the big thing really he speaks about is curiosity. We need to be curious. I would recommend, if you're in an educational situation, Richard Gerver is an excellent author, and have a look at that. I found that a wonderful book. As you can probably see, I've got all sorts of tabs and things in there, and it's all highlighted in dog-eared because I've used it a lot. So I would highly recommend Richard Gerver as somebody who can help.
Yeah, it looks like you've been working with the book. So yeah, we are going to type the name and the link on the chat. Just give us a moment. Another question that popped out as well is, oh, I see you are typing, so I'll wait with the question. Okay.
Okay, it's Change by Richard Gerver.
Thank you, Jim, for typing it in. Before I answer you another question, I just wanted to answer a few questions that popped out from you attendees. When it comes to any social media links, you can go to the resources at the bottom of the Zoom, and then you will find all links to our speakers' social media and any further materials slash website, so you can contact them after the session, after the conference as well. Now moving to the question that was brought here. Jim, this one I would address to you. Can you help us to capture it? What is one specific skeptical ritual a leadership team can implement to stress test critical decisions before significant resources are committed?
This would be where you would instigate a deliberate disruptor team or a red team, and you would utilize the skills and techniques which we've just touched on. As I said at the beginning, this is a kind of a quick intro, and you need to develop the ability to think, critically think, and also to challenge things and work with each other. If you have the team there, a couple of things you can do in order to address, if you have a specific problem you're looking to address, what you can lay the problem out, you have your team together, and you can have them look at the problem. You can do a thing called 1, 2, 4 all. So if you have a group, let's say you have 10 people or 8 people. So each individual looks at the solution, looks at the problem, and has a think about it for a certain length of time, or they may, depending on how complex the problem is, they may all go off and think about it and then come back, and each person has maybe an idea, and then they pair up with one other individual and they discuss it and develop it. And then once they've had some time, and depending, as I say, what it is, how long you allow, and then you get 4 people, so you have 2 pairs now come together as a group of 4, and they go through it, and hopefully you've either reinforced one particular idea, or you've got some combination and you've maybe cleared out some ideas that are not so good. And then you bring everybody, so if we had 8 people on the team, you could do this with a big group, of course, and you bring everybody together and you discuss it. That way it gives people a chance to commit to it. Another way you can do that is by having a voting system. So everybody writes down their suggestion, solution. And often, we spoke about the halo effect. Often, if you're in one of these brainstorming things and the boss suggests something, or somebody that's particularly highly regarded, then everybody kind of slacks off. What you can do is you bring that together, people put their ideas down, and then you vote on it. You get stickers. You can vote on it, and often what they find is if you utilize that the most junior person often is the one that comes up with the best solution that everybody's had a think about. And of course, as well, it could be, depending on diversities, it could be sectarian, racial, or whatever. That kind of gets rid of that, because you don't know, you're just voting on something. You're voting on, maybe you've written it on a small index card. Or you can, if you think everybody knows writing, you can have a facilitator randomize it so you don't know who it is. So that's the kind of thing where you bring together this group and you think about it. What you can do too is you could have a couple of groups. What the US did during the start of the Cold War was, I think it was the Rand Corporation, they brought together a couple of groups, and one group, they said, how do we oppose and stop the Soviet Union? And the other one was given the task to look at how do we contain the Soviet Union. This was in the 50s, when the Cold War was just fixing to blow. Obviously now that's all past history and it's all gone. But what they eventually decided was, I think it was Eisenhower. Eisenhower picked the containment. This was an addition on to previous president, I'm having a senior moment, but yeah, so they got this information and they made the decision. So that's one thing about the devil's advocate approach. You can give a group specifics. Say, I want you to disprove that. Or I want you to prove a specific case. So depending on what you're deciding, like a merger and acquisition, you can be in the position where, all the senior stakeholders are thinking, oh, this is the greatest thing. But when you actually look at it, there may be issues there. And if you give these devil's advocates the option to say, why should we not? Why should we not do this? You may have two teams, one, why should we do it? Why shouldn't we do it? And you can see the differences.
Fantastic. Thank you for answering. I love it, especially because of the fact that we put a team or specific people in a designed role. Very often we create a safer room for exploring because it is not related to their personal beliefs. So they can openly talk about pros and cons because of the role, nonetheless of their inner facts.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jim.
Thank you. Can I just do my call to action?
Yes, of course, please. We would.
Okay, and then I mean, I guess we've got another thing coming up, so we need to get going.
Yeah.
So my call to action to all of you is, and you'll get my contact information if you want more, I'll let you know. But what I would say is, go online, get the 6 honest serving men. Now I know he speaks about men, but you can change that to people to make it politically correct. But go, download that, get it, put it up on your wall, put it on your wallpaper, internalize it, make it part of your way of thinking. Remember, he's giving you a lot of advice, and how can you implement that? And then what I would say is, what you need to do is unleash your internal 5-year-old. Rediscover the sense of awe and wonder you had as a child. But as I mentioned, that can get out of hand. So what you need to do is also cultivate your science mentality and do the scientific approach where you look for clarity, you ask questions. So that brings it down. But then you need the creativity, you need to bring the stuff together. So this is where you need to cultivate your cunning fox. Because if you do not cultivate your cunning fox, another cunning fox will get into your hen house and do the disrupting for you. So thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure to having the opportunity to present. And if you have any questions, you can contact me.
Yes, thank you so much for encouraging us just to, I guess, start liking a little bit of discomfort and disruption, because very often we associate it with something negative, but it doesn't have to be that way. So thank you for that. I am sure you inspire tons of attendees only by a quick look on the chat. So Jim, thank you for being with us. It was an honor to have you during the first day of this year's conference. And dear attendees who are not going to have a break, it's very intensive. We have the last session for today. Before we begin, I just wanted to take a quick look on the chat and see if you are doing well. So remember to stretch yourself around room and just be very mindful about your own comfort in order to stay focused, because we have lots of speakers and lots of mini workshops actually. So let me again, and this is the word that I really love, because we have some speakers that again and this year are with us. So again, this year, I'm honored to welcome Anna Mahura, that decided to participate in this conference and share her wonderful insight and experiences. These of you, dear attendees, that are with us for the first time and don't recognize Anna, let me quickly tell you a little bit about her background. It's going to be a quick, because if we decide to follow deeper with speaker's bio, we would stay here until midnight. So it's just a brief.
Yeah, it would take us ages.
Exactly. But this is the importance of the role. But remember, in the field resources, you will find more bio about each and every speaker. So in a nutshell, Anna Mahura is an award-winning educator, UK Standards Office CPD accredited international speaker, certified British teacher trainer, university language teacher and lecturer, Ireland, UK and MENA. She is a neuroscience coach, educational consultant, and chair of TEFL Kuwait Neurolinguistics special interest group. She's also an accredited specialist in neurodiversity-informed practice and medical device science, registered therapist with a strong background in integrative counseling and psychotherapy. And based on her extensive research experience and board expertise in 7 specializations, Anna has created a unique method, teaching with therapeutic techniques, which brings remarkable results with neurotypical and neurodivergent students. Today, she decided to share everything she has, or at least to invite you to the beginning of this area, about the leader's brain, leveraging educational neuroscience and neuromarketing for cross-generational and transformational leadership. Anna, it's a pleasure to have you again this year. Hello.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. Yes, another year, more insights, more ideas on innovative approaches, and delighted to be here with everyone. Without further ado, I will share my slides, and I want to invite everyone to self-reflect, to perhaps, well, think about, how much do I already know? Do I need to read up on that? I will cover, as mentioned, at least 5, 6, or 7 domains. So let's get started, and I will welcome your questions, of course. So sharing. There we go. Here we are, and you should see the presentation just now. Why the topic about the brain's leadership? Well, education is undergoing that transformation, and new teams are being created. We're taking new roles, and yes, the traditional leadership is changing too. We invite new teams. Well, it's cross-generational, so the insights into how people make decisions, how they join others, how they overcome change and resistance, all that is extremely important. Now, the whole perspective matters a lot. So I don't know where you're at the moment when it comes to neuroscience, cognitive science, cognitive psychology, maybe even cyber psychology when it comes to technology. However, I want you to integrate those bits, okay, and then take some elements. This is my perspective, and I always say, question everything, get your own ideas, okay, implement, but learn. Most importantly, this is an educational presentation. I will share the insights that I have found without me introducing myself. I always put those slides there, but yes, the key learning objectives for today are for us and for everyone to become more familiar with education and neuroscience, to understand the difference between the traditional leadership, and it's not management, by the way, there's also a different thing, psychological implications of your leadership style, the content that you create, because it's really not about what you do and how you do it, but it's why you do it first, okay? How you present that. What is the response from your audience? When I say the audience, I mean your students or other people that you're reaching out, because leadership in education to me is about teams, but also you can be a teacher trainer. You can work on new policies, and as much as we lead, manage, control, but that reminds us of the older style, like goals and tasks. Today, we should look at connection. And that's why a lot of insights about the human brain. Very good. So let's explore that together. One more time, leadership and neuro leadership or brain-based leadership. It is not neuroscience itself, but it takes some aspects of that domain, that field, that can be utilized successfully while you're working with students, as I said, or larger teams, and reaching out people. This is the kind of knowledge that you would use every day as well. So cognitive behavioral science, very important. because there are aspects you will see very quickly on introducing the topic. Still, just scaffolding. I hope you are with me at this stage. And cognitive parts, behavior, yes, and psychology too. At the end, I will mention neuromarketing. As we're reaching out, we want our businesses, our schools, institutions, we want them to grow, to develop. And this is how we can use it. So the difference between traditional leadership and neuroleadership, there are key brain systems that are relevant to leadership that we'll look at. Emotional intelligence for leaders, the complexity of leading across generations, decision-making processes, and altogether brain-based change. So now over to you. Are you easily influenced? Or what makes you change your mind when you're choosing a product, offer, or service? Are you more of a follower or an influencer? I'm really curious what you think. And the question that often appears is, are leaders born or made? Well, we have some abilities. Sometimes we are born with those, but there are a lot of skills as well that we can acquire and become leaders or managers. Okay. So I hope you're thinking about it now. Another thing, important. What is transformational leadership? Hope after my introduction, you already have some kind of idea. Transformational leadership. Okay, you can get your ideas. I'd be checking out the answers as well, checking them. Flexibility, someone says. Definitely. Absolutely. There is more. I welcome your answers. There might be a little delay in answers, so I'll wait patiently. However, I'll continue with my talk. So short-term results or micromanagement, planning, controlling the standard leadership as we know it, with a strict hierarchy, with employee compliance. That is the traditional paradigm that I'm leaving and moving into transformational. Why? Well, it's all about long-term results, macromanagement instead of micromanagement. Some leaders were managers earlier, and then while taking a new role, they need to acquire a different perspective, because this is what I've noticed. Well, talking about cross-generational leadership and working with people, that's quite interesting, because I was led and I have worked with all generations, was led by baby boomers, then Generation X, then I'm a millennial, and then Generation Z. Generation Alpha is kind of too young. Perhaps we're talking here about parents making decisions there. However, we are dealing with those different groups. Very important to understand what motivates every person. While I'm talking about those insights, I'm always very cautious because the topic is context-based. And sometimes, yes, I will need to generalize a little bit, even talking about a generation, because I can find different personalities or traits or features when it comes to that generation. Although, like age-wise and so on, I would fit into one category. So I want to make that clear for everyone. But in general, transformational leaders have a vision. They evolve and they want to transform. They embolden. They need to be brave enough to suggest bold ideas. If you're new to that area when it comes to leadership and neuroscience, at the intersection, there are 6 parts. So neuroplasticity, our brain is constantly adapting and reacting to some events, situations. So even if, let's say, we're talking about baby boomers or Generation X, again, the attitude, thoughts, beliefs, and the perception can change. What I'm focusing on more is the emotional part of interpersonal relationships, how we form our habits, and how we are influenced by the environment. Our behavior can change. Yes, our mental capacity is not fixed. This is flexible. It's not rigid. Okay, so our mindset can be adopted too. I want to show you now 4 parts, important ones like self-awareness, empathy, conflict resolution, and creativity, being the 4 psychological aspects of transformational leadership. With examples. Self-awareness, I believe that's quite clear, but are you aware of the impact that you are creating yourself and the others influencing you? With empathy, people often say, yes, I do understand that person. I know how you feel, but there are actually 3 types of empathy. How can you use psychology, cognitive behavioral science for better conflict resolution and how to be more creative? So very quickly, if you're new to the topic, for suggestions, great books, Start with Why. Simon Sinek, an inspirational motivational speaker, says a lot about that approach. First, why. People need to understand what your idea is, what is the purpose, what's the point. Otherwise, yeah, they might get suspicious, or that kind of resistance to change will appear if you're proposing new ideas. And as a transformational leader, I hope you are. So 3 types of empathy are the cognitive one, affective, and of course the one that is more compassionate. Cognitive, I understand rationally. I know I have the ability to guess that you're feeling that way. The affective one, I experience the feelings of other people. I feel it with you. But the third step, the highest one, I think, and this is where we're going to, is compassion. It's not the same as empathy itself, but it's compassionate empathy. So I understand and I want to reach out and want to help you. This is that step. And transformational leaders know about it quite well. When it comes to the impact that we create, your beliefs will shape the success, not only when it comes to your own personal growth, but the whole company and your team, your own beliefs, very, very important. The golden effect, your weak beliefs will lead to less encouragement, and finally, less performance will be observed. Pygmalion one, on the other hand, strong belief, more encouragement, and high performance. So this is where we should look at. Most leaders have just one leadership style, but the smart ones adapt to their teams. They seek to understand first before proposing some ideas, to connect, to engage. Because they understand that the whole brain leadership will include everyone. And this is the beauty of this kind of leadership. Some people are goals driven, some vision driven or results driven, or maybe it's all about people. We need to find out. This aspect fitting into multiple intelligences theory as well. You may be more analytical or more kind of on the creative side, relational or operational. So that's all included. And remember, your team is your best assets. People don't leave bad jobs, but bad leaders. Your leadership talks about engaging, connecting, and guiding. 3 principles. How to do that? Well, with your abilities and new skills, you need to think about habits, how to form better habits. Being proactive, think with your mind first. Create win-win situations. Understand first, synergize, include everyone, and hone your skills. So it's continuous improvement, very important. Do not stop just there, but be the role model. I always stress educational excellence, CPD, grow, learn. There is so much to discover. I'm presenting this perspective of transformational leadership, showing you psychological insights of that style too. We covered emotional intelligence with empathy, decision making, a huge part of that, because you as a leader invite your team and then you want to cooperate and you want everyone to be seen, acknowledged, valued, and be visible later on, not only in the decision-making process, but later on as part of that success. But everything starts with perception. Problem solving, huge part of it, and cognitive bias in leadership. You cannot be a great leader without realizing the cognitive biases that you may face, you may actually experience. And you're a human being, so that's normal. It doesn't mean you will try to overcome, but be very mindful and realize that it may happen. We use mental shortcuts. Sometimes it's just one of the better perspectives that we choose, because this is how leadership works. Sometimes time efficiency is the key. So analyzing different perspectives, time is of essence. More interesting bits that you may say, oh, okay, so I need to control my mind, my emotions. I need to be mindful of what other people bring to the table and how I perceive me, myself, and others, a certain idea, be it a product, and so on. The halo effect, when one trait of a person or thing is used to make the overall judgment. Again, while presenting a perspective and talking about the influence, subconscious influence, ethics matters. So I want everyone to understand that being fair and avoiding manipulation at any stage is key for me. So yes, it is happening both at the emotional level, cognitive level. You can influence someone's decisions, but we're talking here about creating, connecting, building together with great work ethic. So that kind of judgment that we get, well, you may use this knowledge every day as well, not to be easily influenced. So there's another side to it as well, not just for business, everyday life too. The effort heuristic, more, well, people tend to be more influenced or wherever the effort is considered or observed. We're more influenced by effort when quality of the object being evaluated was more difficult to ascertain. To get this, think about it. Sometimes presenting an idea, I've spent that much time on that, so it has to be better. It has to be good. I won't stop for too long because, again, it depends on the context, it depends on the situation, but be very, very careful how you present things to others. So-called I'm not buying it thing, or while you're giving your business pitch, etc. Words are key in that process. So the same idea can be presented in two different ways. Going forward, 4 pillars of transformational leadership: the influence that I cannot stress enough, inspirational motivation, number 2, intellectual stimulation, right? And individualized consideration. You want everyone to be there, be part of the team, and it's not just a cliche. You will see what I mean by that. So pillar number 1, lead by example. In short, set challenging yet attainable goals and inspire. Show that you can communicate effectively, that you are there for people. One of the problems when it comes to even management, but also mentoring, communicating with others is lack of time, or just at the surface level, without seeking the deep connection and understanding, without instilling a shared vision. There might be this initial enthusiasm, but then your role as a leader is to keep that going, say keep the ball rolling. But yes, you are there as a leader, available, you hear others, and you value their opinion. You need to show that you're learning constantly too, and you acquire diverse skills. This is the main change and difference when it comes to that mindset of the traditional transactional leadership. There's a goal, there's a hierarchy. I tell you what to do, you listen, I lead, everybody follows. While here in the transformational style, we question, we value intellectual curiosity for real. At any occasion, remember at the start of the session, I said, question everything, take it on board, come back to me with your ideas, how you're going to use that, and give me your perspective. Very important from a different aspect too now when it comes to neurodiversity. And people need inspiration, yes, but they can inspire. And sometimes you need to tell them that every brain works differently and it does not have to be that way. So it's breaking barriers sometimes and creating a new culture. Every brain, every perspective. I'm talking here when it comes to neurodiversity. Sometimes in the workplace, creating inclusive culture. That is people with some specific learning differences, or the ADHD mind, or autistic minds. Everyone are valued here, seen and heard. Individualized consideration, I think that is clear as well. Support, leader, include, understand, and appreciate, and acknowledge. So that's, I think, fits in quite well when it comes to the whole picture of my mindset. And so far, you probably can imagine why I'm so excited about sharing those things with you. And I want to encourage more, be it teachers, leaders, those with some power who can create that change. From the psychological and neurological perspective, I mentioned neurodiversity, yes, neuroplasticity, yes, about constant learning, stress regulation, stress management, how we make decisions, how we motivate, absolutely. And the next part is realizing that people actually choose between the decision from threat, I want to be away from threat, or towards a reward. And it's up to you how you're going to phrase your idea, etc., your service product, your offer. However, very important, there's that SCARP model: status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. While dealing with people, keep those points in mind. I tell you why this is important. Change. Step number 1, resistance. Step number 3, how to overcome that. Sometimes people are just afraid of something. They don't want to lose that status or autonomy, or think about their individual position at work. They may come across as stubborn, or you don't want to change, you don't want to develop, and so on and so on. These are negative labels, so very important, avoiding labels. Instead, use positive framing. So avoiding danger. Oh, I can see this is in conversations as a transformational leader. Once you notice that, there might be some blocks, cognitive, mental, behavioral blocks as well. But again, clearly, if that suggests perhaps fear can be phrased as, oh, so you're trying to avoid that situation, or I can see that there is some kind of doubt or concern that you have around that. Avoid labels. Just one word sometimes can change everything. It affects brain functions. That's why this is crucial, not only so important, transformative, because some people just do not unlock their full potential. They keep quiet. They need that push. They need to realize that it's okay. Let's use a different language. And you can use it for marketing too. Later on, I'll mention neuromarketing. How to avoid negativity, in short. The framing effect, instead of saying loss or say ends or only 20% change, the brain reacts to numbers too. Then use returns, only 3 days left, 80% side effect free. Although the message is the same here, it sounds different. And the power of neurolinguistics, my favorite topic, I could talk about it on and on. Hashtag, if there's Gen Z in the audience, abundance gains power, success, autonomy. For the older generation, again, as a transformational leader, you need to be aware of every word that is used in everyday communication, internally and externally. So workshops, even like that, I just showed you a few examples. Marketing to neuromarketing. Transactional, leadership, management, transformational one. Get ideas. I purposely did not include anything that could be identified when it comes to companies, but yes, analyze that together. Sit down as a team, talk about it, neurolinguistics, and use the reframing technique. Then you're going to become brain architects. Neuroscience is all about hormones too, and neurotransmitters. When it comes to education, I often talk about the dopamine level when we set a reward for our students, learners. Today, I want to remind everyone of that very important fact, okay? Every day, do you set a reward for yourself? Do you have a certain system? How do you motivate yourself? Or how do you change your mood? What lifts you up? Or who or what changes that? Are you mindful of that? This is all part of decision-making process. Your mental state goes first. It can influence your perception. Your perception is going to influence the total attitude when it comes to emotion and feelings. The last step is action or lack thereof. So those 3 neurotransmitters play a role when it comes to staying on task, being focused, alertness. Serotonin, mood, and dopamine. I cannot stress that enough, especially working with the young generation when their brains are wired for short injections or notifications, quick interaction. This is dopamine that can be highly addictive at the same time, but we leave it for the other workshop or presentation. Going further, we may use that knowledge for conflict resolution too. Mirror neurons. Sometimes in the group, we start behaving like other people or mimic that kind of behavior or situation. In education, it has 2 sides, can be perceived like sometimes masking happens. We do not want to reveal our true identity or self. Very common with neurodivergent learners when they do not feel safe. Same may happen later on in teams, cross-generational ones, where they may start, some team members start behaving or just repeating certain ideas not to be judged or misunderstood. Important, isn't it? But at the same time, biochemistry matters. So if you want to, again, ethically influence for growth, personal and professional, for better connection and understanding, building that rapport, I think this is the way to go. So mirroring effect. We need to be aware of it every single time. You can use it consciously. It is transformational. And you can just allow your team to connect better. It can be even the proximity, how close you're sitting at some meetings, the arrangement of be it tables or how you conduct meetings matters too. I will mention that later as well. Some leaders think that that's fine, this is enough. I'm following a certain idea. Maybe I know those insights as well. But do you really realize how you're perceived by your, I call them followers, but this is the leader-follower leadership style idea. This is what happens. People will follow. They're interested, but you need to later on do the job to motivate them enough. How? By great interactions, not just good ones, that a job does not become a 9 to 5 chore or a task, that you can actually tap into somebody's mental map, we could say that, because we operate on a certain program, whether we like it or not. These are our experiences. Whatever we have heard, we've seen, our ideas, expectations, and our plans and goals and desires. So if there is a situation or the environment at work allows us to be truly ourselves, then you've achieved your goal. Adopt and be flexible. That's my message. Why? Because we observe that. Maybe already you have talked to someone or within a family, different generations. Yeah. How do you want to be contacted? How do you want to share your message across directly? Do you need time? Do you value hierarchy? Like, for example, baby boomers, formal processes, clear defined roles, no interruptions. Again, that might be a little bit of a generalization here, but just for the purpose of showing there are certain differences. Of course, you may fit into few categories with certain traits. Generation X, efficient meetings, to the point, quickly. People can get maybe well, irritated even that something takes too long or there was no need for that meeting. I prefer an email, that sort of thing. Non-verbal messages, right? And communication as well. So impatience and so on. We're trying to avoid that. Millennials, okay, with purpose, connect, inclusion with a purpose. And Gen Z, even shorter. Remember, I mentioned that effect, dopamine and so on, frequent touch points, chunking, little pieces, just checking, acknowledging as well along the way. So the question to you now is, which generation do you think is the hardest to lead? I really would love to find out what you think. Which generation do you think is the hardest to lead? Before we read some answers there. Gen Z, okay. Answers coming in. Generation X, baby boomers. All I can say now is already we can see different perceptions and different experiences, because I believe those opinions are based on that. Yeah, my answer would be the hardest one is the one that you do not fit in, not your own one. Okay, because you know so much about your own generation and how things have been so far. But again, transformational one is about change. So you may agree with me here, a quick overview that baby boomers and why those obstacles, those that are typing now the answers, were you thinking about that maybe discipline or clarity, respect? What do people want? Yes. And this is maybe they value autonomy. They wanted space, millennials, growth, transparency. These are desires, these are plans, these are goals, these are expectations. They all want to see that, or a little bit part of themselves at work, that they are acknowledged. This is what I am and who I am. Can I be part of your team? So that's amazing if you're working with different age groups, isn't it? How we can, well, use that multi-channel communication, offer personalized experiences, culture of continuous learning, I cannot stress that enough, user-friendly interfaces, and that collaboration I already mentioned, maybe workshops, maybe just short meetings, but talking about it, raising awareness that you know about it as a leader, okay? So you can use this insight not just for leading the team, but you may be working in marketing. And I added this part to the presentation. How much do you know? People may say, oh, well, do I even need, I don't know, maybe, well, commercials, ads. Well, I make choices as a customer too. Remember my very first question? Are you easily influenced? Well, every person at some level is. And whatever we see around us when it comes to product, services, offers, ideas from others, it's about our program. There's a certain way how I decide, okay, and what is important for me, what motivates me, what is my goal. Let me just briefly show you that a different part of the brain is active when it comes to just a quick reward or like food snack, or when it comes to a long-term goal. The brain is involved again. We form certain habits, and if we want to be more productive or more efficient, or even realizing that kind of difference in decision making, people are also wired to certain forms, images, ideas. They have preferences, they have expectations, they have their desires. And sometimes they don't realize what can influence them. And the person, the team member, again, maybe operate in a certain way. So what we want to do is to include everyone and just be aware. Just be aware. A very popular example, half empty, half full. We know it. Are you the half full person when someone asks you about the attitude? Numbers, how we react to numbers. That framing effect comes here again. Same message presented differently, but can you embed a long-term goal when it comes to that neuromarketing element for your team, and think about marketing, promotion, advertising, books, everyday interaction, paving a new way with those insights. The IKEA effect, like we tend to like something more if we make that ourselves. So do it yourself. You can have an offer. Click here, design your own course with us. That happens. That is neuromarketing. If you thought, oh, I don't know much about this, well, we can observe it. If you know where to look, this is happening. Other choices, the rule of three with pricing strategies. You can lead your team again to use that, basically. And the anchoring effect. The first that we see becomes an anchor. And again, not spending too much time on each of those elements. I want you to self-reflect, and maybe you will adjust your pricing strategies or even images. Important. Okay, how powerful is your brand? I'm a cat lover, so I use this example. Well, but a cat, is it cute or is it perceiving something different? Do you want to be powerful? Do you want focus? Okay, how serious you're perceived. And this is from identity to loyalty. Build trust, be consistent in what you're doing, and present values, clear values. I may reverse that and say the lack of trust or inconsistency or values, the clash of values, sometimes these are the three main reasons why potential customers do not engage, or those that are already there leave. But being consistent, integrity matters. So it's not just saying, not just so-called tokenism when sometimes an idea is implemented, but very briefly just to present that. No, it has to be sustainable. Speaking of being sustainable, these important aspects, insights into the relationship between neuroscience and organizational dynamics can actually steer society towards a more sustainable future. And I think that's just amazing. And that was my point, one of the points of this presentation, to make us all think, is transformational leadership the way to go forward? Would you like to implement, try out, reach out for more information? Is this something that you got interested into already? How you can leverage neuroscience, cognitive science, psychology, and so on in education too, meaning broadly. Today is all about leading. In short, we get that information about human needs, desires, and motivation. Use it for your own educational context, educational setting. Neuroscience helps us to realize that everyone has creative capacity. I'll mention again, diverse cross-generational teams are really efficient when they collaborate together, bring different perspectives. Let's think neurodiversity again, different minds. Let's create better workplace environment, be it all about learning as a team, not just being led blindly with a shared vision. And let's promote synchrony. Energize, keep the ball rolling, be active, be present, inform your team what's going to happen, and include them. They need to become part of that process. Only then can your institute, your school, and you grow. I've included few positions there. I think we're okay for the time, and there are lots and lots of great positions. This is where you can find me. I leave that slide there, and I can't wait to see your questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Anna, so much. We do have some questions. I would say maybe not even some, but many. And we won't have time to cover all of them. However, there are some questions that are kind of similar. So I decided to start with them. The first one is about a certain dilemma, because sometimes we are between a rock and a hard place in terms of our needs versus the organizational needs. And the question goes, how can leaders overcome the dilemma between their transformational leadership intent and the workplace's forcing transactional leadership?
You need to be ready to apply that kind of leadership style. You need to have the mental capacity. You need to be mentally strong to, yes, be in that place of uncertainty, because many times it's choosing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's up to you. The burden can be quite heavy. So I would say, while applying that, you need to be clear that you go second. It may seem like a paradox that you're leading, you're a leader, but are you putting your stance or your thought, your opinion first? If so, if you're deciding because you believe that this is the best thing, not for the company, not for others, not what others want to do, what is the element, okay, outweighing? Now, balancing, you have to be a great negotiator with yourself too. This is about the shared vision. It's not the authoritative style anymore. So I would say, how can we overcome that? Overcoming that first and realizing that this is a complete change. It's not about just one task. Although, yes, you have the power still to decide, but you include other stakeholders' point of view and then choose together. Personally, I believe that this can give you the edge, the competitive edge. Why? Because I mentioned that as well. Your team is your asset. So you're not damaging your asset if you're valuing it. You need to be ready to analyze. You have to know psychology really well and all those insights, okay? Not to hurt, to lead, to find that balance. Is it easy at the start? Again, you need to get a lot of insight, knowledge, and deeper into those other domains that can help you. I can give you an example. Transformational one, yes, I led teams before the pandemic, through the pandemic, and afterwards. And what helped us more, and I could see that sometimes that desire to actually, decide that way or go with the option that was, let's say, maybe presented first, or it could be, or could seem more beneficial in the short term, or what values are there, again, first, or communicated. This is important within the company. This is key. You have to roll. Yes, I've been a manager, I've been a leader, I've been hiring, firing, but this is not an easy task. And I can tell you, well, more about my perspective, but I think I answered the question. Get the knowledge of psychology and negotiation. I mentioned that briefly. Okay.
Mhm.
So how to negotiate, but never negotiate with your own weaknesses if you don't know what to do. And avoid mistakes in a way that in short term or with tasks, projects at really high stake, get others on board. Definitely. Cooperative analysis and shared vision and responsibility. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. That was a very complex answer. It is good that we are recording everything because, since the very beginning of day one, we have so much knowledge that for sure, I don't know how about you, dear attendees, I am already in the need of getting back, wrapping up and reframing. So yes, I think we are blessed by technology giving us this ability to record it. Moving on. Another question that I wanted to ask covers the question that comes from my perspective, being a cognitive science student and also deeply engaged in how the brain functions, plus some of the questions that were raised by our attendees about ethics. So from your perspective, Anna, where is the line between ethical influence and neuromarketing manipulation in educational leadership? And who decides where the line sits? How you perceive that?
Again, if you want to go along that line, make it clear for the team that we're going to use some insights into neuromarketing. My answer, this time, a short one, would be use it to protect your brand, to protect your value, rather than as an attack. And that avoids that kind of confusion. Why you're doing it, remembering the why. Where's the fine line? When you, again, put everyone on board, are they okay with adopting, be it our marketing strategy? Because others are going to do that. And I can see that quite often, that this is happening. So the question perhaps should be, can we, or should we allow others to be influenced? You'll be influenced anyways, but I'm sharing this widely, open to everyone. When you go to a shop, when you choose a product, service, contact the school, talk to others, the first point of contact with other people, right? If your goal is to help them, not to manipulate, because people, again, I think they are not silly. And the more you know, the more you notice that. So being honest, and sometimes brutally honest, that this is our strategy, right? We want you to grow and develop with us. Now, a good example of the fine balance would be, I want to create a course that has that competitive edge with great images for a given market, for that age group, with those cultural sensitivity as well. Am I manipulating, or am I adapting and adjusting if I'm inviting others and have the poll, look at the statistics, check the market, invite other professionals to help me to build that, knowing that I will reach the audience I want faster, quicker. If I don't do that, others may do that. But inviting and working across generations, across borders, and this is for me how ethically I say, yes, I want to include your point of view, show me what you know, let's use how the brain works, and this is getting to our goal, which is better, and it's up to you, be it revenue or brand recognition, brand loyalty, and so on. I think knowing that, it helps you to make those better decisions for the whole group. It is context related. It does not work in any context. I mean, being flexible in a smart way. Would you present, let's say, the same course material in every country your targeted market? Would you? Or the same message? Or how you would translate even your logo brand, not the logo it's such, but sometimes, yeah, the effect or colors. I've studied it as well quite often, that you cannot, it just would not lend or would not stick, would not sit, would not have that effect that you want. I don't think that's manipulating with the perception. It is setting the right tone of the message. That's my answer.
All right. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, we do not have time for further questions. However, dear attendees, right now Anna is sharing her screen, so you have more than one way to connect with her. Additionally, you will find the way to connect with her in our conference program book. So feel free to reach out to her. Anna, thank you so much for being this year with us. Thank you for your insight. And before we officially say goodbye to day one, I just wanted to first ask you, dear attendees, to help ourselves to grow even better, because each one teaches one, and very often we grasp different things during any presentation and workshop. So as we already had 5 presentations, 5 wonderful speakers, I would love you, all of us, to write 5 statements, 5 very short statements on the chat, giving a piece of advice or your takeaway to your friend. This is something that when it comes to Richard Feynman technique, we very often use when we want to teach someone else. And additionally, it strengthens our knowledge. So if tomorrow you are going to meet with your fellow teacher and briefly describe what happened during day 1 at EduCast International Conference 2026, what you are going to tell. All right. So up maximum 5 statements. And because of that, and using the power of the chat, we might also spot some knowledge gaps, because maybe one part was more interesting than the other for each of us. So help us to create this learning experience all together, because we all learn from each other. So what would be your up to 5 takeaways, some piece of advice that tomorrow you would love to give to your friend, your fellow teacher? What would that be? If it's difficult for you to come up with 5 statements, you can think about 5 keywords, 5 keywords that automatically will put you in the position to reflect or recognize something from all wonderful 5 presentations? We are waiting. Let us know. We are going to save the chat when we are going to prepare.
Or they can tag us. They can tag us on social
Exactly.
media and share the reflections and their opinions. Their feedback really matters to us on social media, and we will act accordingly. We are here to gather educators from all around the world to have or to develop a more of a growth mindset, right? To develop
Exactly.
ourselves each year. We keep developing, we keep learning from our own mistakes. And that's why I think this year is maybe more organized, maybe is more responsive to the needs of our attendees, right? So everyone, hello again, and thank you, Blanca, thank you, Anna, for your insightful talk. I really enjoyed it myself, and of course, it's always a pleasure to collaborate with you. But for Blanca,
Thank you so much.
no, it's not a pleasure because you're an essential part of EduCast.
Yes,
Right?
yes,
Yeah, of
but
course, it's
it
always
is
a pleasure.
Mo, it is a pleasure because, many years ago when we started, it was just some kind of idea what we might do. And we tried to be very responsive towards people's and attendees' feedback in order to do it, as you, Mo, briefly mentioned, for everyone else, for education, for teachers, for professionals. So yeah, I think we started with the idea inside us, what we would like to do, and then we ended up being on a constant mission. So at the same time, it is a pleasure. Yes, I would call it a huge pleasure. Exactly.
It's a huge pleasure to be having you in our team, Blanca. You're an essential part of EduCast International Conferences. So everyone, thank you. Thanks, everyone. That brings us to the close of our powerful day here at EduCast International Conference 2026. We're only closing the first day. We're not closing the conference. So it has been an incredible journey exploring vision and leadership in future education. And I want to take a moment to look back at the ground we covered today. So we started by reflecting on our own presence with Paul Granger, who challenged us to ask if our leadership is calm or contagious. Then we moved to practical frameworks with Nathan Wooler from Macmillan Education, who showed us how to design for agency and scale our leadership through UDL, or Universal Design for Learning. And then Rehan Mustafa shifted our focus to the power of dialogue, exploring how coaching conversations are essential for building trust, growth, and ownership within our teams. Then we took a critical look at organizational culture with Jim Benvey, examining why elite organizations institutionalize skepticism to maintain high standards. And finally, Anna Makura gave us a forward-looking perspective on leveraging educational neuroscience and neuromarketing to drive cross-generational and transformational leadership. So for those who are asking in the chat box, yes, the whole conference is being recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel. And yes, an editable PDF certificate of participation will be issued to all registered attendees after the end of the conference. And we're excited to continue rethinking global classrooms with you tomorrow. We will be back live at 12 p.m. UK, 3 p.m. KSA time, and 2 p.m. Cairo time. Thank you for being such an engaged audience. We will see you tomorrow.
Yes. And by seeing tomorrow, Mo, I'm going to briefly tell all of you, dear attendees, what you can expect tomorrow. Very important, another important area. We were guided by the very central question by organizing it with Mo. Will AI replace teachers or empower them? Because tomorrow, day 2 will cover teaching in the age of AI. So it is relevant if you are a classroom teacher across other disciplines, If you are a teacher, educator, and trainer, if you are instructional designer or maybe ed tech leader, if you are a school leader who is overseeing any digital transformation, or maybe if you are a researcher in AI or maybe digital ethics, if you said yes to any of these, this is specific day for you and a very special one. So see you, all of you, today. I thought about today because we are going to wrap it up, but we see each other tomorrow. But I hope that today we're also going to connect on social media.
Exactly. So let's see and hear your thoughts on social media. You can tag us using the links and our social media platforms that you can see in the chat box. So thank you, everyone. And
see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.